Here we are again. Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis, wire to wire alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. Ready to start a new racing week here. We've got 9 of them on tap. Main track fast, turf course is firm, turf rail set at 12 feet, and not just a 9-race program, but just over $8,000 in carryovers.
I know,
there
isn't that awesome? We've got a
card.
couple, here we've got an early one that starts right here in race 1 for almost $4,000, and then we've got a little bit of what I like to call seed money
Little
in
land,
the
yeah,
there you
in
go.
all
In the late pick 5 and the late pick 4. So we love to see that. Not a huge number, but it's always fun to see a little extra in the pot.
Typical summer day, temperature-wise in the upper 80s. As I mentioned, conditions-wise, main track fast and the turf course looking good, rated firm with that turf rail to start off this new race week set at 12 feet. For the official race day forecast as we start a new week off here after an exciting weekend, let's go downtown. Check in with Chris at WRTV6. Chris, how are things looking?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
It's another hot and humid afternoon as temperatures hold in the mid to upper 80s. We'll get very close to the 90-degree mark, but in between readings, likely 86 to 87. Clouds build and we'll have some storms and showers around. They're very widely scattered though later this afternoon, so I don't expect a washout, certainly far from it. If you're back tomorrow, another round of sunshine in place. Storm chances return. They're a little more widespread. Again, not a washout throughout the day, but we'll work in some scattered storms and showers. A touch cooler too. Readings back in the mid 80s by then. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, really appreciate that forecast. Of course, racing today, tomorrow, and then on Thursday at 2:10. Saturday night, we've got Empire of Hope, another special event here with the later post time on Saturday.
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a weird week with the no Monday, but then we have today, tomorrow, Thursday, no racing Friday, and then back on Saturday. We race almost every Saturday this month with the exception of next Saturday.
We had a special event here last Friday when we last raced thoroughbreds and quarter horses. That was Silks and Roses. But Saturday, really quick, just to recap, an all quarter horse day here that was run on Saturday morning. We had those trials.
So many, I just decided we'd just say it.
The QHREI, SSA, Futurity, and Derby. The Derby was won by Zoom and Feature. A nice win under Edgar Diaz, taking down that top time for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby. Then came the Futurity. German Rodriguez not only rides but trains a horse by the name of He's a Hawkeye. Open lengths, top time by a lot.
Yeah, it was really, really. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The times
Wow.
there. They love to see those. But 4 wins from Tim Eggleston, 3 wins from Tony Cunningham, a riding triple from Eduardo Diaz, riding doubles from Edgar Diaz, Danny Martinez, Rolando Pena, and training doubles from Ron Raper and Claudio Barazza. So when you have that many races, then that's kind of what happens. But what a wonderful Saturday card to get all those trials underway.
Yeah, some terrific performances, and of course, He's a Hawkeye will go in at the end of this month. He'll be the favorite for German Rodriguez in the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity Final. Hope you can join us here for that Saturday quarter horse card on the 30th. Going back to Friday with Silks and Roses. Joe Davis has been on a roll here. He won 3 races under the Friday Night Lights, picking up the pink jockey statue as well on Silks and Roses. Of course, a night that celebrated and women in racing and benefited IWin.
Yeah, 6 races in 2 days. He started out race 5 on Friday, and this was the women's handicapping race.
Classic,
yeah, the Pink Out Classic. So we had a bunch of female handicappers, and Poco Polenta won. Huge upset, and Andy had it. I haven't gotten the breakdown of what Eric did because the favorite got scratched by the gate, so it kind of messed things up. But $1,368 for the lady handicappers with the 10 winning, and Andy had $100 to win on Polka Polenta, so good for her.
Do you do the polka?
No, I do not. I do the electric slide.
Polka?
Cupid's shuffle.
Polka and pierogies. That's it.
I'm a millennial, so it's not really my thing, the polka.
No joking matter. Alex Ashard rode here on Friday night, and then Alex went to Colonial Downs, rode in Saturday's Million. By the way, this year's Beverly D winner was a Horseshoe Handicap winner last season, so it was a good day for horses that have raced here in the Hoosier State in the past. And this year, we'll talk about Big Trust in just a sec. But no joking matter. All jokes aside, this was impressive under Alex Ashard.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he looked like, I mean, it should have been the heavy favorite the way he ran that race. I mean, very confidently going around there. He had no problem. It played out, I think, exactly how him and Joe wanted it, and it paid $22. And all these Joe Davis horses paying really well, including this one. in the very last race, the 9th, the 7 White Dove, Fernando. This is his double, that 5th race, this 9th race, $16 horse.
You were broadcasting on Fox Sports, of course, across the Fox Sports networks. It was Dan Patch night as well. They had a good night over a mill there at Hoosier Park in Anderson. We had a big night too here with everyone joining us for Silks and Roses. White Dove, I mean, surrounded coming into the final furlong, but then White Dove just kept on finding and finding. It's like White Dove knew that Joe put the top bid on that pink jockey statue.
Yeah, he did. And you know what? What a great way. I believe in karma, and what a great way to win all those races and then take a little bit of that money and donate it to Indiana Women in Need, which was what we raised all the money for this weekend. Was Indiana Women in Need, which is a wonderful organization that supports women who are going through cancer treatment for breast cancer. And you know what? Whenever she tells me that every year, it's always something that you don't think about. Like, it's hard enough to go through chemo, but then when you're a mom, you have to do the dishes and the laundry and take the kids to practice and all that fun stuff. So it's wonderful for them to help them out. And yeah, it was a good day. There were also a couple doubles on Friday. Mitch and Tim Eggleston.
Just under $5,800 raised for Indiana Women in Need. So thanks to everyone. It was a great event. Looking forward to Silks and Roses back in 2026 here at the track. Speaking of Horseshoe Indianapolis, I mean, over the weekend, so they had the big card, of course, at Colonial Downs, the running of the million, and also they had the Beverly D. Charlene's Dream, a winner here last season, went there to Colonial Downs, takes the Beverly D, and then yesterday, Big Truz, who raced here in the Indiana Derby, absolutely demolished them there in the Ellis Park Derby yesterday.
Yeah, I got to tell you, when Eric texted us about this, I was like, man, this is awesome. You know, I can't wait to show this. So yeah, we had a couple of very nice horses that have run in our premier races, which I know we always love, go on to win the Ellis Park Derby. And I think Orlando Mojica, I mean, it wasn't a horse that ran in one of those, but he won a big race on the day as well. So, but yeah, wow, look how hard he's running for it.
And it's Big Truz, and look at him go. Big Truz, he's 5 in front, he's 6 in front. Big Truz, it's all Big Truz. I picked him on top. I'm Tony Kalo, and here's Big Truz. Big Truz, in the Ellis Park Derby, he runs out of the frame, does Big Truz.
I love you so much. That was so good.
Thank you.
That was so good.
I do a good Miramati. I was talking to
You
Chris Griffin.
do. I've heard. Yeah. Oh, you were. Yeah. Me too.
I talked to Chris Griffin yesterday about the broadcast for Fox Sports. So Big Truz, congratulations. That was a big performance.
And then who else we got?
Exiting, of course, the Indiana Derby here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and taking down that Ellis Park Derby impressively, as you saw. And Charlene's Dream going to Colonial Downs, another winner that raced with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Yeah, very, very impressive win by Charlene's Dream. She paid $720, and what a wonderful, wonderful ride. It's just so nice to see. Moger's got a couple in today too, so definitely mark that down. But just a fantastic kind of thing to mark down for us that we have these horses that are going on to run in these big races, and it was a very exciting weekend to watch all of it unfold.
The race is on, the race is over.
The race
Jason
is
Beam,
the race
Charlene's
is
Dream.
Yeah, you didn't do the Beamy one?
Well, it's close to home.
I was talking too much. Should shut up and
I was
let John
ready to
do his
jump
Beam
in.
impression. Dang it.
Today's contest, Beat the Bot. I wonder what the bot has. What's AI Andy have for us today?
Yeah, you know what? You guys can win some money for completely free. And Tammy made a note on here that we've had a lot of people coming out for the contest. I feel like, I'm not trying to give myself credit or anything, but whenever I remind people that it's free, I always see that Tammy, I think people sometimes don't remember that these are free out there in simulcast land. People here do. Yeah, but whenever I retweet it, I'm like, you guys, this is completely free. Just send it to this email. We end up getting a ton of them, and that's the case today. And AI Andy.
Does Alan? Is it Alan?
AI Alan. Why do I keep saying Andy for?
Because I was thinking Andy Byer figure. I was wondering if AI Alan uses Andy Byer figures or the. Of course,
I think I called him something else last week too. He's new. I'll get his name, you guys. I'm bad with names. AI Alan. I was the one that Aaron I think came up with it, and I'm the one that told Eric we should name it that.
My name is Alan.
Yeah, put Alan on his dang shirt so I know who he is. Anyways, his picks today are on races 3 through 8. You can play completely for free, and you get entered into a chance for the $100 weekly prize for everyone who beats AI Allen today. But don't worry, we're gonna keep track of it, and then you get to play it for $2,500 at the end. This is a daily racing form made AI, so it's not just like asking ChatGPT. It's actually coded for horse racing. Entries have to be at 310 Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com. And he's got the 6, in race 3. Then he has 3, 6, 11, 6, and 9 today. So I tweeted them out. Tammy posted them, and she'll send them to you in the email if you'd like to participate.
Since it's provided by the Daily Racing Form, I think that's why I always think of Andy Beyer. But of course, AI Allen, maybe you'll have a chance to beat him today, beat the bot. It's the contest. Again, if you're on track, go to that first floor OTB because you mentioned it, did Race Drill. It's free. So why not take advantage of the contest here today, as so many of you online players do at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. I mentioned our schedule. We got Empire of Hope coming up on Saturday night.
Yes, we do. We raised money for Indiana Women in Need, and now on Saturday, August 16th, we're going to be supporting retired racehorses. We are going to be raising funds and awareness for the aftercare program. We're going to have a $1,000 Legends handicapping contest, food trucks, giveaways, racehorse aftercare booth, family-friendly fun, and more. This is going to be one of your last chances here, a couple chances for the win picture, sponsored by iToba. If you've ever wanted to get in a win picture in the winner's circle, come on down. All you got to do is sign up, and we'll draw a few winners for that iToba win picture trip to the winner's circle here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Yeah, one more. There it is, October 25th. So this weekend and next week, and then on October for Champions Day.
Off the track thoroughbreds. Excuse me, thoroughbred aftercare, so important to, all of us. And like when we made that trip to Old Friends Farm, nobody does it better. In fact, they ran the million over the weekend at Colonial Downs, and Little Mike, the pizza man, a couple of past million champions there with Mike and his great team at Old Friends Farm. So very important, thoroughbred aftercare, supporting them, and that's what we'll do here on Saturday. Yeah,
definitely join us. This will be a wonderful day.
Quarter horse stakes racing coming up. We mentioned Zoom and Feature taking that trial for the QHREI SSA Derby, and then He's a Hawkeye, so impressive in the futurity trial here on Saturday. They'll have their big day in the spotlight coming up at the end of the month on the 30th.
Yes, and we're very excited for this early post, 10:45 a.m., 20th running of the... What is that? Grade 3. Why does it say restricted? That's weird. I didn't know it was restricted. QHREI Stallion Service. Oh, yeah, I did. They had to qualify for it. Duh. But that threw me off. The Stallion Service Auction Futurity, which we ran all those trials. So we're ready to go for this big day. $400,000 in stake purses for the day. Definitely check us out. It's going to be fun. It's always fun. We had a great crowd last night. Tammy and I were like, oh man, we raced really late last night. We were like, oh, this will be a nice, easy day. And then we look outside and there was like 1 million people out there. So threw in some extra fun for everybody. We're always here to make the crowd happy. So we definitely did some extra giveaways for all the people, and the quarter horse fans were out. And I know they're going to be here for this one because it's going to be exciting.
Perfect weather that Friday night for Silks and Roses, and a perfect day on that Saturday for that quarter horse and all the trials that we ran. And again, the finals for those races here on Saturday, August the 30th. Thanks to our big sponsors this year. We always mention here on Wire to Wire, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura Redevelopment, Murphy Trailer Sales. Of course, they're our Winner's Circle sponsor here. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at the number you see on your screen there. B&H Electric, they are the tote board and starting gate sponsor here of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They've got locations in Shelbyville, Seymour, and Bloomington. They're on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Indiana's Giant Hubler. They're on the web at drivehubler.com. Stop by their Giant dealership in Shelbyville and in Franklin.
It's right off the exit. Tell them Rachel sent you.
Rachel sent you. Social media. If you're coming our way, we're on X, all of us. You can reach out to me at John G. Dooley. I sent out those carryovers, so posted that about the 50-cent early pick 5, 50-cent late pick 5, both with low 10.99% takeouts, and also the $1 late pick 4 has a carryover. Just keep note of that. Horse players and the late pick 4 daily presented by iToba. Racing Rachel's on X, so to Brian Aragoni. Brian, last weekend, a nice little pop there in the pick 5, paid $362.85. That on Friday when we had the quarter horse opener and the thoroughbred card for Silks and Roses. So Brian looking to keep that win streak going today. And Martha Clausen, she talked a lot on Saturday, of course, with all those trials. It was great to have Martha part of the live broadcast. She'll be here at the end of the month on that big day too. You can reach out to Martha on X at Martha Clausen. Track-wise, we also had you covered with 33 minutes to post time for the opener. We're on X on Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing, where you can recap me coughing again.
All right, guys.
Until next
John's
time.
literally made me feel so much. I think I'm getting sick, and John just made me feel so much better. The laughter
Love
is
working with Racing Rachel.
laughter is the best medicine.
Until next time, for Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley, and our entire crew, stay tuned. Brian Aragoni coming up, talking about the carryovers, the pick 5, late pick 4. We're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Laughter. You gotta laugh.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary
Jack
awaits.
Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Welcome back to your Tuesday of racing. The schedule's been all over. We're racing Friday night, racing Saturday mornings, no racing on Monday. I promise you there will be some consistency in the future, but with consistency also comes some low takeout. That's one thing that remains consistent here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is Players Paradise, 11.99% takeout each and every day here in the Pick 5 pool. And guess what? We've got a carryover. $3,979 of carryover money, and I promise race number 1 will be run at 6 furlongs. It will not be 5.5 or 5. We will run at 6 furlongs in race number 1, now just 30 minutes away on a fast and firm turf course. 12 feet is the rail setting on that turf course. Some rain showers in the area, but hopefully they will miss Shelbyville. It'll be the first time in my time at Shelbyville that they would actually miss the track. So knock on wood, hopefully those showers do stay away so we can be on that turf course in races 4, 6, and 8. But we kick it off with a couple of races on a fast main track, scratch numbers 2 and 4 out of the opener in here. And I think this is a wide open race. I've got a strong stance. I know the computers, they all love Unbridled Hero. If you're hoping to get 2-1 on Unbridled Hero, I don't think this horse is going to be anywhere near 2-1. I think the 0 for 12 3-0 gelding is going to take a ton of action. I'm going to basically go a lot of other horses with the exception of the horse that computers love. Now, in my handicapping days, I once was better than computer programs. However, recently, computer programs and AI have dominated pretty much everything in life. And so when the computers have a consensus, I've tracked them all season long. They win at just about 39%. So make what you want. You have a 39% chance of winning, at least based on how I've tracked them. Over 140 consensus picks for the computers, and they're winning at 39%. You might want a single number 8. I'm going to take a stand. If they win at 39%, guess what? That means that they lose at a much higher rate. So I'm hopeful that we can beat the computer census with Unbridled Hero in here at 0 for 12 has reached career maiden status. Not sure how this horse is going to beat horses that wanted to be on the dirt when he couldn't beat turf horses on the dirt 3 out of the last 4 tries and now cuts back. If the 6 wins, I will not be surprised, and I will again tip my hat to AI as it dominates everything in our life. But 1, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10, and I apologize for the tangent on computer selections. Race number 2, $5,000 furlong or $5,000 maidens. Scratch number 8, 6 furlongs going to be the distance 3-year-old state bred competition in here. I'm going to go 1, 2, and 6. Don't love this race. It's hard to feel overly confident with any of these horses in here. The Irish Ranter is incredibly fast. I expect the Irish Ranter to have the lead at the top of the lane, but then you better hold your breath and pucker up because the Irish Ranter does have a lot of stop. Recently, he's dropped anchor quite rapidly, going from first to 7th by 15 or 4th by 18 in his last 2 starts. He's the one to catch the cash in here. Me Sargento is a horse who's just 0 for 13, and frankly, he's been on my list of like do not play or do not use. So, but in this group, he looks pretty formidable in this spot for me, Sargento. The upside may come from Destin Heath, Zip Lord in here. I think this horse has upside simply because he's lightly raced, only making career start number 3 today, and when he debuted April 23rd, he did break slow. However, he didn't improve much on the class relief off the layoff, in which he broke slow again. If he can break with the rest of the field, I think Poston has a decent chance at getting the first winner of the meet this season in their first start. Race number 3, scratch 4 and 5. 4 and 5 out of this event. This is potentially a popular single rewire in here, 9-2. Aaron Shorter, I think that horse is going to take a ton of action, likely to go off favored. I'm going to go a little bit different direction in here and also use CS Magnifique along with number 3, Mr. Negativity. I can forgive Mr. Negativity's last race. Does he have a little bit of an inconsistent pattern? He certainly does. But this 5-year-old goes out for Randy Klopp, Mitch Merle, who had a riding double here on Saturday. Missed the break very badly last time out. Hopped at the start, really lost all chance. They wrapped up for better days. I think those better days are ahead today and should appreciate being back on a fast main track. The 6, Rewire, strictly the horse to beat. This horse is going to take a ton of love. For me, it's just hard to settle on 6-5 or even money on a horse who's 1 for 25, hasn't won in the last 2 years, 0 for 15 in that time, gets a ton of class relief in here. However, I've got my question marks. This horse has been here in the past. You went off at 16-1 in a non-2. Today you're going to get even money. Rewire could be any sort. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins by $1 million or doesn't win this race at all for race number 3. Race number 4, we step on that turf course, kick off the $1 horseshoe hat trick. We also kick off the late pick 5. And speaking of those pick 5s, not only do we have a carryover in the early pick 5, $3,979 and over $25,000 already in the pool, expecting well into 6 figures in that early pick 5. But thankfully, we also have a pick 5 carryover in the late fire 5. So race number 4 going to be a key for you today. There's already $2,650 in that late pick 5, and we also kick off the $1 horseshoe hat trick in race number 4. Will be on the turf course in 4, 6, and 8. Scratch number 5, Ton of Laughs, is out of this race. I'm going to use 2 horses in here, not going to get too cute. Fascinator at 9-5, along with Don't Look Back, Cipriano Contreras and Manny Esquivel, teaming up a jockey-trainer combination I refuse to allow to beat me. Now, if you have a little bit deeper pockets, maybe you've cashed out some Bitcoin recently, take a look at Divvy. 8-1, sneaky, Bill Collins, Manny Esquivel appears to have had his choice. He rode Divvy on debut, and he goes with Cipriano Contreras. No real surprise there. I'm not sure what to make of that. Not sure if he likes the horse better or just going to ride for Cipriano Contreras in a maiden claiming event in here, but Divvy could be any sort. One that you might want to consider using on maybe your pick 4 tickets. And number 6, Perfect Snow at 6-1 could be sneaky as well. Second time off the layoff, second time on the turf, but I do think Fascinator looks tough, and Don't Look Back should sit a great trip despite being 0 for 12. Race number 5, optional claimers in here. You've got a competitive group. These are stakes-like quality horses in this race. Scratch number 3, Can't Hush This. Number 3, Can't Hush This, is out of this event. It's kind of an interesting race. I mean, Best Actor exits the $300,000 stakes race, has been a vet scratch since then. You've also got Hearn, who's been a vet scratch recently. I'm not sure with the addition of Heiza how much you can make of those vet scratches, but I'm going to play against those types of horses, and I'm going to single the one, the only Midnight West, who ran into Willie D's on Indiana Derby Day in the $100,000 Schaefer Memorial Stakes. Ran a huge race, didn't get the best trip, broke from the outside, kind of stalked and ran evenly, but ran a huge race, proving that this horse is legit. He faced some tough customers. The second place runner, This Is Usker, actually ran yesterday at Ellis Park. Got a dream trip right up the rail, looked like the winner, and then flattened badly in the lane. It wasn't a poor performance. The money came in, so the bettors did believe that this race was live. This Is Usker went off favored. Didn't run badly, just didn't win. I think Midnight West is the single for me in both the early pick 5 with the carryover and the late fire 5 with the carryover. It'll be a single for me. Midnight West, Thomas Medina. Bet against him at your own peril. He's winning at 18%. And race number 5 does kick off that Itoba pick 4 as well. $1 minimums has been all the rave here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But we've got John G. Dooley giving out impressions up in the announcer's booth. We are 23 minutes away from kicking off the racing week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll run Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday night this week. You certainly don't want to miss out on all of the opportunities, whether it's wagering or some of the finest cuisine in all of Indiana with the best staff all around the state, in my humble opinion. We are 22 minutes away from kicking off that racing week, and I wish you the best of luck on Carryover Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. Some sun through the clouds. Temperatures through the 80s. Main tracking is fast and the turf course rated firm. For turf racing this week, the turf rail set at 12 feet, fast and firm. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. 103 carryovers on the card here today. The 50-cent early pick 5 carryover, $3,979. From the first, scratch the 2, Officer Gamble, and the 4, More Than a Dream. Scratch the 2 and the number 4. Number 8, Unbridled Hero, a jockey change to Edgar Morales. Will partner a 12 race maiden. Edgar Morales on the 8, Unbridled Hero. Maiden sprint starts the early pick 5 with a carryover. In the second race, here in the maiden sprint, scratch the 8, Embrujo de Amor was the morning line favorite. Scratch the 8, Embrujo de Amor. Number 5, Tanny Como, jockey change to Joseph Romero. The weight's okay. Joseph Romero rides number 5, Tanny Como. And the 3, Fearless Cowgirl, a jockey change for that filly to Oscar Villarreal. Scratch the 8, Oscar Villarreal rides number 3, Fearless Cowgirl. Joseph Romero on 5, Tanny Como, a 23 race maiden. Number 4, Angel's Legacy. The ownership should read Valinor Racing Stable LLC of Jeff and Judy Van Dreyer. Ownership correction for the 4, Angel's Legacy. In the third, scratch here from the sprint, the 4, Free America. And number 5 is My Business. Scratch the 4, Free America. And number 5 is My Business, scratch from the sprint. The second of our 3 carryovers on the card, race 4. Maiden Distaff Turf Mile. The 50-cent late pick 5 carryover, $2,650. Scratch number 5, Tunnel Laughs. Number 5, Tunnel Laughs has been scratched. Maiden Distaff Turf Mile starts the 50-cent late pick 5 carryover here of $2,650. And one more carryover to handicap. Race 5 starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Late pick 4 carryover at $1,471. Race 5, scratch number 3, Can't Hush This. Number 3, Can't Hush This has been scratched. Race 5, the carryover in the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba, just over $1,400. In the 6th race, Maiden Turf Mile, here scratch the 5, Enjoy the Kraken, and the 7, Highlighter. Scratch 5, Enjoy the Kraken, and take out the 7, Highlighter. 7th race, in the mile, scratch the also eligible. Number 11, Sorry, Not Sorry. Scratch the 8, number 11, Sorry, Not Sorry. Number 6, Vortex Express, and 3 pounds to the program weight there. After the mile, back to the turf for the 8th race. And in the 8th race, Turf Mile, there are no changes, all 10 run. And in the 9th, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind this hour. In the 9th, scratch the also eligibles. 11, You Talking About Me? And number 12, HF, Carson's Buddy. Scratch the also eligibles, the 11 and the number 12. Number 7, Keeney's Final Gift, a jockey change to Francisco Quintero. Francisco Quintero will ride number 7, Keeney's Final Gift. Number 1, Mr. Back for the Prize, is a first-time gelding. That designation, FTG. First-time gelding, the 1, Mr. Back for the Prize. And number 10, Political Lies, add 3 pounds to the listed program weight. There a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 3 carryovers in the 50-cent early pick 5, a 50-cent late pick 5 carryover, and a $1 late pick 4 carryover presented by Itoba. Sun through the clouds, 80s, main track fast, turf course firm, and the turf rail set this week at 12 feet. We'll have the maiden sprint opener To start the 50-cent early pick 5 off, there's the current pool. In 10 minutes' time, horses in the walking ring. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Maiden sprint here over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch the 2, Officer Gamble, and the 4, More Than a Dream. Scratch the 2 and the number 4. Number 8, Unbridled Hero, a jockey change to Edgar Morales. Edgar Morales on the 8, Unbridled Hero. Race 1 with Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Carryover in the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here with the Maiden. $3,979 early pick 5 carryover. Main track fast, turf course firm, turf rail set at 12 feet, fast and firm. Sun and clouds nearing post up. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. There's the current early pick 5 pool. Carryover of $3,979. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in Fernando de la Cruz with What Now Daddy. Jose Gutierrez with Star Spangled Image. Joins What Now Daddy. Agarella's Unbridled Hero coming up. Santos Sanjor, first-time starter. 4-Star General. 4-Star General loaded. Andres Calleja with Cool Hunting. Evan Roman Tank Walk. Like Mr. Ezra, both here for Michelle Elliott in the maiden. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Bold Justice in the black. At 6 furlongs, one more. Joseph Romero with Mr. Ezra. Main track fast, the early pick 5. The first of 3 carryovers on the card. Good luck. They're in the gate. Wayne running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, the newcomer. 4-Star General was slow to go, drifted back to last. Tank Walk sharply away. Here's What Now Daddy, making a dash for it with Fernando de la Cruz. What Now Daddy takes the top. From Tank Walk in the red cap, Mr. Ezra showing tracking speed, running in third and not too far off this pace as they go past the half-mile pole. Bold Justice, 4-Star General, looking to make up for lost time. He was last from the gate and gains with the rail. Unbridled Heroes wide at the 3.5. Then comes Cool Hunting, and finally, Star Spangled Image trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter fast pace on 22.11 seconds, aiming for What Now Daddy. What Now Daddy spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole, leads here Tank Walk by a length and a half, with Mr. Ezra. On the outside is Unbridled Hero in the red cap. Then 4-Star General with Star Spangled Image, Cool Hunting between horses, Bold Justice as they head for home, half mile, 45.78 seconds. It's Tank Walk between horses. Unbridled Hero coming with a long run. What Now Daddy led, but has dropped back once under pressure, coming down to the final 16th with Evan Roman Tank Walk. Tank Walk leads, Unbridled Hero on the outside. Tank Walk, Unbridled Hero, Tank Walk, and Tank Walk holding on from Unbridled Hero. Star Spangled Image was third. What Now Daddy finished fourth. One 11.31 after the maiden. Photo finish. 111.31. $145,948. The 50-cent early pick 5 pool. One of 3 carryovers on the card. Fast and firm. Here's the slow-mo. It was 5-1 on Tank Walk. Will get the result over Unbridled Hero. Evan Roman, Michelle Elliott, Ziggy Zaggy Stables, son of Lantana Mob. Star Spangled Image back in third. What Now Daddy, 5-8-7-1 from the judges. Hold all tickets until official. Race 1 official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Tank Walk with Evan Roman. Tank Walk is a 3-year-old. Dark Mayor Brown, first time gelding by Lantana Mob. Out of the Louis Couture's mare, Arts Sugar. Michelle Elliott trains for Steve Solarski's Ziggy Zaggy Stables. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tank Walk out to the maiden ranks. First results in. 5-8 exacta paid $34.20. 50-cent trifecta, 5-8-7, $93.10. What Now Daddy ran fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, 5-8-7-1, paid $112.04. 8 faced the starter, 111.31. 21 minutes away from race 2. In the next maiden sprint, scratch the 8 Embrujo de Amor. Scratch the 8 Embrujo de Amor. Couple of jockey changes. 3 Fearless Cowgirl to Oscar Villarreal. Weight's okay. Oscar Villarreal rides 3 Fearless Cowgirl. 5 Tanny Como, the jockey, Joseph Romero. Joseph Romero on the 23 race maiden. Number 5, Tanny Como, and scratch the 8. Race 2 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, start to the $1 early pick 4. Fast and firm, turf rail at 12 feet this race week. Post time 2:41 in all cases. If you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on Tank Walk. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, the newcomer. 4-star General was slow to go, drifted back to last. Tank Walk sharply away. Here's What Now Daddy making a dash for it with Fernando de la Cruz. What Now Daddy takes the top. From Tank Walk in the red cap, Mr. Ezra showing tracking speed, running in third and not too far off this pace as they go past the half-mile pole. Bold Justice, 4-star General, looking to make up for lost time. He was last from the gate and gains with the rail. Unbridled Heroes wide at the 3.5. Then comes Cool Hunting, and finally, Star Spangled Image trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter fast pace on 22.11 seconds, aiming for What Now Daddy. What Now Daddy spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole, leads here Tank Walk by a length and a half. With Mr. Ezra. On the outside is Unbridled Hero in the red cap. Then 4-star General with Star Spangled Image, Cool Hunting between horses, Bold Justice as they head for home, half mile. 45.78 seconds. It's Tank Walk between horses. Unbridled Hero coming with a long run. What Now Daddy led, but has dropped back once under pressure. Coming down to the final 16th with Evan Roman. Tank Walk. Tank Walk leads. Unbridled Hero on the outside. Tank Walk, Unbridled Hero, Tank Walk. And Tank Walk holding on from Unbridled Hero. Star Spangled Image was third. What Now Daddy finished fourth.
10 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A nice $13 winner to start the day. Evan Roman aboard there for my girl Michelle Elliott. Congratulations to them. We have I honestly didn't know what to do with this group, you guys. This is one of those races that I didn't know what to do. But the 8, Ombrujo de Amor, is out. 6 is Even Money. Oscar Villarreal is aboard Fearless Cowgirl. And Romero's on the 5. So let's start with the 6 here. Now, 4 to 5. The Irish Ranter. Gutierrez, wonderful year this year as a bug rider. I mean, he's just really impressed me. Speaking of Michelle, he's ridden some really nice winners for her. He's aboard here today for Rogelio Labra, who owns and trains this 3-year-old gelding. He went down to maiden claiming for 5 from 15. They've been just consistently dropping him, and he was close once when he got a fast track sprinting, which is what he's doing today. So if you go back to May 22nd, maiden claiming for 5, Flacco was up, and he ended up second. That's the best race he's had at all out of all 8. Now, he was at maiden claiming 5 last time, but he was on the slop. And I'm telling you, I watched, he did not like that at all. He was only like a couple lengths at the start off the leader for 3rd, but I feel like once he started getting, going in that slop, he just didn't like it. He didn't like it in April when he ran in the slop. He didn't like it last time. So maybe we're fast and we're back at that class and he'll be there. But he has flashed some early speed in the past, so maybe in this group he can get it. I think he's kind of found his friends here. And then Mi Sargento is who I'm going to go with next. 7 to 2 on the 2 here. Santos Sanger is aboard for Tony Duran, and this is a 3-year-old gelding as well. And Tony and Katie have the bred, owned, and trained this 3-year-old gelding. Now, he has been down to 5 before. Isn't even 4th. Kind of the same situation. 3rd back in June. That was routing, though. The 2 that he's been closest, I think, have been, one was a route, the other who was an even 4th last year. This is back down to 5 is the only thing I can say with the 2. I think that at this point, just got to keep trying down here until we can see if he can figure it out. But look at him in the paddock, though. I mean, he fits the bill. I mean, he's gorgeous. He's on his toes. He's well filled out. He moves beautifully. He looks like a racehorse. Let's see if we can't make him one today. The 3 is, I'm not even going to lie to you, a complete hunch play. No, not completely. I love Karen Whittick. But the 3 is a hunch play. Fearless Cowgirl. I mean, I'm a cowgirl. I wouldn't say I'm fearless, but I'm pretty cool. No, I'm just kidding. I just love the name, Fearless Cowgirl. 3-year-old filly by Dominus. Karen has actually, this is what kind of jumped off the page at me. She's bred, owned, and trained this one. Now, her percentages off, these are out of smaller numbers. I know you're supposed to wait for hundreds to really get a sample, but let's just base it off what we got, okay? It's off of smaller numbers, but she is 32% off this layoff. That's over 3 months. This horse hasn't raced for 7. Now, that long of a layoff, was there something wrong? We don't know. Is it just because she wanted to let this horse grow up a little bit? Completely understandable. Puts her right back in her first out this year at 5. Also a little questionable. I mean, I get it. However, she's down 2+ classes. She's good off this layoff. And Karen's percentage this year is over 20% win clip. She's 21%. I like Oscar Villarreal as well. Yal Marie is one of my favorites, but I do like Oscar. I think he can ride, and I think he's going to put a good ride on her today. So Fearless Cowgirl, the hunch play for me at 10 to 1. 6-2-3 here in the second race, a bottom level maiden claiming. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This maiden sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 8, Embrujo de Amor, has been scratched. Scratch number 8, Embrujo de Amor. Couple of jockey changes. 3, Fearless Cowgirl, Oscar Villarreal rides 3, Fearless Cowgirl. 5, Tanny Como, the jockey Joseph Romero on 5, Tanny Como. Number 4, Angel's Legacy, ownership correction. Ownership Valinor, Racing Stable LLC of Jeff and Judy Vandry. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint. Starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Here's Zip Lord. Amanda Poston claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance. She has 3 career wins. Amdani Zaloa, Angel's Legacy loading. Sando Sanjor with Mi Sargento. Sargento's in. Joseph Romero with Tanny Como. Oscar Villarreal with Fearless Cowgirl. Jose Gutierrez, the pilot, with the Irish Ranter. 4-5 on the Irish Ranter. Stand by one more, Revs Muster. Joe Ramos with 53 wins here this season. Fast track for the seconds of the day from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. The Irish Ranter peels away. Revs Muster in the green cap, and Angel's Legacy with early interest. Fearless Cowgirls come out running in 4th. Joined toward the inside by Zip Lord. Then Mi Sargento, Tanny Como trails. The maiden sprint just being led by Angel's Legacy. With Andres Aloha, Angel's Legacy the leader by 3/4 length to a close-up. The Irish Ranter with Revs Muster running in 3rd. To the inside is Zip Lord, coming with a bid now for Amanda Poston as they enter the far turn, the quarter in 22.90 seconds. Fearless Cowgirl is between horses. Mi Sargento coming with a wide bid. Mi Sargento about 6 lengths off the new leader. As they round the far turn, Tanny Como is last. It's the Irish Ranter. Went to the top for Jose Gutierrez on the edge of the quarter pole. Angel's Legacy showed that speed but has dropped back. B. Sargento continues to build momentum on the far outside around Revs Muster. Fearless Cowgirl, Zip Lord, and Tanny Como. Into the stretch, half mile in 46.0 seconds. The Irish Ranters are furlong away from finishing them off and has built up a 5-length lead. Mi Sargento now into second from Angel's Legacy, then Revs Muster and Fearless Cowgirl. The Irish Ranter has scored the winning run by a half dozen lengths. Mi Sargento was second, third, close thirds a nose between Revs Muster and Angel's Legacy. .111.13 after the maiden sprint. 111.13, 6-2, show photo. Close for third, here's the slow-mo. 6th, the Irish Ranter. Even money favorite home. Jose Gutierrez for Rogelio Labra. Over 2, Mi Sargento. In his 14th run, played second fiddle again. Third's close. A nose in the show photo with the slow-mo. Fearless Cowgirl will be back in 5th. 6-2, stand by for the 3rd and 4th. 111.13, hold all bets until official. The judges have posted after a photograph. Number 7, Revs Muster, 6 to 1/3. A nose over the 4, Angel's Legacy, 14 to 1/4. 6-2, 7-4. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle the sixth, the Irish Ranter with Jose Gutierrez. The Irish Ranter is a 3-year-old big gelding by Collected. Out of Paradise, retained by Spikestown. Owned and trained by Rogelio Labra. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. The Irish Ranter at even money. Out to the maiden ranks, it's official. The 6-2 exacta paid $10.20. 50-cent trifecta, 627, $9.50. The 5 and 6 double, combining Tank Walk with the Irish Ranter, $31.20, with Angel's Legacy fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 6274 paid $9.32. In the maiden sprint, 8 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 7 ran 111.13. The runner-up was claimed to Mi Sargento for $5,000. Mi Sargento, making his 14th career start, was claimed by new owner Raquel Soriano. Trainer Chaz Recchi claimed Mi Sargento away. 22 minutes away from the third. Next sprint, scratch the 4, Free America. And 5 is My Business. Scratch the 4 and the 5. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Right now, more clouds than sun. Post time 3:12. And they're off. The Irish Ranter peels away. Revs Muster in the green cap, and Angel's Legacy with early interest. Fearless Cowgirls come out running in fourth. Joined toward the inside by Zip Lord. Then Mi Sargento, Tanny Como trails. The maiden sprint just being led by Angel's Legacy. With Andres Aloha, Angel's Legacy the leader by 3/4 length to a close-up. The Irish Ranter with Revs Muster running in third. To the inside is Zip Lord, coming with a bid now for Amanda Poston as they enter the far turn, the quarter in 22.90 seconds. Fearless Cowgirl is between horses. Mi Sargento coming with a wide bid. Mi Sargento about 6 lengths off the new leader as they round the far turn. Tanny Como is last. It's the Irish Ranter. Went to the top for Jose Gutierrez on the edge of the quarter pole. Angel's Legacy showed that speed but has dropped back. Mi Sargento continues to build momentum on the far outside around Revs Muster. Fearless Cowgirl, Zip Lord, and Tanny Como. Into the stretch, half mile in 46.0 seconds. The Irish Ranters are furlong away from finishing them off and has built up a 5-length lead. Mi Sargento now into second from Angel's Legacy, then Revs Muster and Fearless Cowgirl. The Irish Ranter has scored the winning run by a half dozen lengths. Mi Sargento was second, third, close thirds a nose between Revs Muster and Angel's Legacy.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary
Jack
awaits.
Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Unfortunately, the skies have opened here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track conditions still listed as fast and firm at this point, but do want to let you know that little storm has blown in, causing us a ruckus here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Not a ton of rain thus far, but we'll continue to monitor. I do want to let you know that if we do make any surface changes, the better. We'll be the first ones to know. Might affect races 4, 6, and 8, but to my knowledge right now, we're on a firm turf course, and either way, those carryovers got to go. We've got the Itoba carryover and that late pick 5 carryover. Those will begin in races 4 and 5. So regardless of the weather situation here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, which appears to be ever developing, races 4 and 5 will feature those carryovers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll be back on the main track for the upcoming third race, now scheduled to go just 7 minutes away. The horses are in the saddling enclosure getting prepared for their upcoming third race, but it may be one of those races where they just go straight to the starting gate. We'll certainly keep you posted. Scratch numbers 4 and 5, Free America and Is My Business, out of the upcoming third event in here. And I figured we'd have a heavily backed favorite, not only with those scratches, but Rewire. Aaron Shorter, Joe Ramos, his horse has been facing some tough foes all around the country. Keeneland, Churchill, Oaklawn Park, even a stop at Fairmont, and then Ellis Park as well. However, this heavily backed favorite, 8-5 on the board, is winless in the last 2 years, 0 for 15 in that time, and is in 1 for 25 career lifetime. The 6-year-old son of Mohayman looks just like his daddy. He's a gray son of Mohayman for the Finnegans in here, but winless over the last couple of years. That's challenging. However, his numbers do fit best. He's tactical in nature, but that tactical advantage, being able to show good early gate speed or come from off the pace, hasn't yielded the results that one would suspect. Now, he's getting a ton of class relief. There's no doubt about it. Ellis Park going a mile over there. It's a one-turn mile. It's a stamina enduring test. He showed good speed before backing out of it, maybe a little bit further than he ultimately wanted to go. It's the first time he had tried 1 mile in a long time. Now he cuts back to what is likely his preferred surface. He's tried 6 furlongs 10 times in his career, 2 seconds and 4 third-place finishes. I think he's strictly the horse to beat on class alone, and it is unique to talk about a one-time lifetime winner having a ton of class, but he's banked over $135,000 in his career thus far, despite not being able to get out of this non-winners of 2, which he's been at for as long as I can see. I think he's strictly the horse to beat. The mud, it's an unknown for all of them, but we are on a fast main track in here as the rain does continue to come down. 1 second in 3 starts on a wet track as well if we do get any upgrades. But the good news is you get Joe Ramos in the saddle, which is always a good sign. This is a horse who's broken alertly, can go to the lead or sit off the pace, whichever they prefer to do. But a horse who I expect to break cleaner is Mr. Negativity, one of our own, an Indiana bred, in fact, taking on open competition. And with that, you get 4 victories for this 5-year-old who, frankly, I think you can draw a line through that last start. Missed the break, Bradley. They knew that they would have a better chance in the future, so I didn't put much stock into that last race after missing the break as badly as they did. But with that ding, I have been alerted that we are now off turf, 4, 6, and 8 off the turf here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. If you are alive in that early pick 5 or that pick 4, you will now receive all. You'll receive all in those early pick 5s or that early pick 4 as well. So off turf, I'm sure there'll be scratches and changes. John G. Dooley is marking them down as we speak, and he is anxiously awaiting to get on the mic to go over some of the upcoming changes for races 4, 6, and 8. But unfortunately, off the turf on a sloppy main track, Mother Nature did what she always does, and she does not miss Shelbyville. It is the bullseye of Mother Nature here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Mr. Negativity on the board right now at 5-2. In race the 7th is CS Magnifique, Daniel Simpson, Fernando de la Cruz. 4 minutes away from race number 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll do our best to keep you apprised of the upcoming scratches and changes as Mother Nature does not miss. We are now sloppy and off the turf. Race number 3 coming up shortly.
With the main track now being sealed, we are under a weather delay here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horses in a paddock hold per the stewards. Weather delay here at the track. It'll now be an all main track card, sloppy. Right now, downpour, thunder, lightning embedded in some of these storm clouds. We're in a weather delay. Races 4, 6, and 8 will now be run on the main track. Races 4, 6, and 8 have come off the turf course. Main track sloppy, now being sealed by the crew. As of right now, no additional scratches to announce. To note, race 4 will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Fourth race will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Race 4, the maiden off the turf. The sixth race, off the turf. The sixth race maiden will now be moved to the main track at 1 mile 70 yards. 1 mile 70 yards, sixth race maiden. And just to note, the eighth race, one of those three taken off the turf course. The eighth race will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. 1 mile and 70 yards, the new distance for the eighth race. Again, under a weather delay here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Per the stewards, horses are in a paddock hold. Main track sloppy, being sealed by the track crew. Races 4, 6, and 8 are off the turf and will stand by should there be any additional scratches on the card. Weather delay. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have some additional scratches from the racing card in those off-the-turf races, drawing your attention to the fourth race now. That fourth race maiden off the turf, it will be run on the main track over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Monsoon Dancer. 5, Tunnel Lass was an earlier announced scratch. Now take out the 6, Perfect Snow, and the 8, Mare Soleil. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering. Fourth race, maiden, to be run on the main track, 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch from the fourth, the 1, 5, 6, and 8. That a late scratch. On to the sixth race we go. As noted, the sixth race maiden will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch number 3, Gibran. Number 3, Gibran has been scratched. Or announced scratches there, the 5, Enjoy the Kraken, and 7, Highlighter. Clerk of Scales calling again. Clerk of Scales confirming another scratch out of the sixth race. Once again, scratch there. Race 6, 3, Gibran. 5, Enjoy the Kraken. 7, Highlighter. And now number 9, TCAC, has been withdrawn from the sixth race. 1 mile, 70 yards, the maiden on the main track. Race 6, scratch, 3, 5, 7, and the 9. Now on to the eighth race we go. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Eighth race, 1 mile, 70 yards, main track. Scratch 3, Skippin' Justice, withdrawn now. It's off the turf. Eighth race, scratch 3, Skippin' Justice. Track Superintendent Tony Martinez and his hardworking crew still with the tractors. Main track, sloppy, sealed. Again, the 4th, 6th, and 8th are off the turf. Track crew still out there working the track. Here's an additional late scratch from the fourth race. Fourth race, back to your program. This one just in, number 2, Divvy, now withdrawn. Maiden on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Number 2, Divvy, now joins 1, Monsoon Dancer. 5, Tunnel Laughs. 6, Perfect Snow, and 8, Mare Soleil out of the fourth race maiden. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta. This is in the fourth. Horses remain in a paddock hold. Weather delay here. Main track, sloppy, sealed. Fourth race, scratch 1, 2, 5, 6, and the 8. Fourth race maiden, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta. has turned out to be a soggy paddock. Brandy Bell with a call for Riders Up. The horses stepping onto the now sloppy track here for the third race. This race was carded for the main track over the 6 furlongs. A field of 7. Scratch number 4, Free America. And the 5 is My Business. Scratch the 4 and the 5. They were withdrawn earlier in the day. Sloppy track, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Less than 1 minute away from post time here for the sprint. Another late scratch to pass along in the 6th race, one of those 3 off the turf. An all main track card now sloppy in the 6th race. Number 8, Missionary Man, has now been scratched from the maiden. That will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Race 6, scratch 8, Missionary Man now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Rodney Prescott, Lord Majesty first up. Lord Majesty's in. Joe Ramos with Rewired. Rewire's joined Lord Majesty in the starting gate. Now Orlando Mexico with Slink. Say Magnifique, leading jockey Fernando Veracruz with 60 wins here this season. Mitchell Morrow, Mr. Negativity coming up in the maroon. Green picking up here again. 2 back. Jan Hernandez with chances taken. 1 more. Forever Lasting. Jose Gutierrez riding for a double. Tank Walk and the Irish Ranter, our first 2 winners when the track was fast. Sloppy now all in. And they're off. Forever Lasting broke sharp. There's Mr. Negativity flashing his speed, and right there, Lord Majesty from the rail with an early bid. The Grain Rewire has come out running in 3rd as Mr. Negativity leads them to a half mile from home. After breaking sharp, Forever Lasting in the white cap is running in 4th. Break of 4 more to Slink. The trailers are Say Magnifique and Chances Taken. They make their way toward the far turn that way. It's Mr. Negativity. Mr. Negativity leans 3/4 length to a close-up Lord Majesty and Rewire. The quarter in 22.90 seconds here in the Goo at the Shoe. 3 furlongs in front for Mr. Negativity, who leads the pair of Rewire outside of Lord Majesty in between horses. Forever Lasting is back in 4th. Slink is next in 5th. It's a gap of 6 more to Say Magnifique. And finally, Chances Taken as they splash for home. And here's a bid by Lord Majesty between horses. Rewire sweeping on the outside, and Mr. Negativity with the rail. Half mile 46.24 seconds. It's Mr. Negativity in a battle here. A head-to-head battle with Lord Majesty. Rewire joins them. Forever Lasting. 1:11.80 seconds on a sloppy track. 1:11.80. This is a photo finish. Hold tickets. One 639 posted from the judges. 1 Lord Majesty. 7-1 first. 6 Rewired. 4-5. Odds on favorite, the runner-up to Lord Majesty in at 7-1. Number 3, Mr. Negativity at 3-1 was 3rd, and 9 Forever Lasting holds Say Magnifique for 4th. 1-6 3-9 and the 7. Rodney Prescott. For Brian Waltz, it's Lord Majesty. The result of the third race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the one Lord Majesty, under the veteran hands of Rodney Prescott. Lord Majesty is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Lord Nelson. Out of the First Defiance mare, Majesty's Crown, Brian Waltz owns and trains. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lord Majesty. Results in. First pick 3 on the card. After those sprints, pays out on 3 and 3 for $121.15. 1/6 exact is $66.20. 50-cent pick 3 result again. There it is, 5 with the 6 and or 8 with the 1 Lord Majesty. $121.15. 50-cent trifecta, $40.90. 6-1 double, $42.20. Forever Lasting over Say Magnifique for 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $1,639, $21 and change. In the sprint, 4 and 5 were non-runners. Favorite, 2nd. 7 ran, sloppy track. 111.80 sloppy. There was a claim on the runner-up for $8,000. Rewire was claimed over to new owner Courtney Paillet. Trainer Jose Paillet claimed Rewire. 20 minutes away now from the 4th. As noted, 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. It's become an all-main track card, sloppy. 4th race maiden, 1 mile and 70 yards, main track. Scratch 1 Monsoon Dancer, 2 Divvy, 5 Tunnel Laughs, 6 Perfect Snow, and 8 Mare Soleil. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta. Win place, double, pick 3, starts the 50-cent late pick 5. A carryover remains in the late pick 5 of $2,650. Post time at the top of the hour. And they're off. Forever Lasting broke sharp. There's Mr. Negativity flashing his speed, and right there, Lord Majesty from the rail with an early bid. The Grain Rewire has come out running in 3rd as Mr. Negativity leads them to a half mile from home. After breaking sharp, Forever Lasting in the white cap is running in 4th. Break of 4 more to Slink. The trailers are Say Magnifique and Chances Taken. They make their way toward the far turn that way. It's Mr. Negativity. Mr. Negativity leans 3/4 length to a close-up Lord Majesty and Rewire. The quarter in 22.90 seconds here in the goo at the shoe. 3 furlongs in front for Mr. Negativity, who leads the pair of Rewire outside of Lord Majesty in between horses. Forever Lasting is back in 4th. Slink is next in 5th. It's a gap of 6 more to Say Magnifique. And finally, Chances Taken as they splash for home. And here's a bid by Lord Majesty between horses. Rewire sweeping on the outside, and Mr. Negativity with the rail. Half mile, 46.24 seconds. It's Mr. Negativity in a battle here. A head-to-head battle with Lord Majesty. Rewire joins them. Forever Lasting and Slink is back in 5th. It's Lord Majesty who's 4th in front for Rodney Prescott and wins. Lord Majesty from Rewire. Mr. Negativity was 3rd. 4th close between Say
Welcome back to Shelbyville, where if there's a storm in Indiana, it is always over the track. It does not miss, and we are currently experiencing some rain in the area at Horseshoe Indianapolis, which did unfortunately take us off the turf for 4, 6, and 8. We went from a fast track to a sloppy track quicker than you can say fast. So 8 minutes away from kicking off that late fire 5. Thankfully, we do have a $2,650 carryover. We won't start the $1 horseshoe hat trick. So you can turn all your focus to that late fire 5. Now, if you handicap for the turf, you're going to have to make some adjustments because we did come off the turf and make a surface change prior to the start. So you will not receive alls in 4, 6, and 8. You need to handicap these races to be on a sloppy main track, which will be sloppy throughout the remainder of the day. I don't expect that track condition to upgrade at all. We have a trio of horses in this off-turf event now going 1 mile, and one of these 3 is set to get the maiden breaking score. They don't ask how, right? So let's take a look at this field. I've currently got your 3 to 5 favorite, Don't Look Back, on top. The one thing I do know is the name fitting, Don't Look Back, is fitting for my top selection because I can almost assure you that number 3 is going to win. I had Fascinator on top in the turf, handicapped yet again, and Don't Look Back, in my opinion, looks frankly better on an off track. As you can see, the rain has come down here in Shelbyville. Manny Esquivel had his opportunities to likely pick between the 2 and the 7, and he opted for Don't Look Back with Contreras Stables, and I don't see why not when you have a jockey-trainer combination that wins at 21%. The last 3 starts all on the turf. Prior to that, a sloppy race at 7-1 in a $110,000 maiden special weight race at Oaklawn Park. It wasn't very good. In fact, finished 6th, beaten by 13 lengths in only a 7-horse field. It wasn't 1,000,000 to 1. This is a horse who was 7-1. However, maiden special weight in Oaklawn Park, 110,000 in the dead of spring is a little bit tougher than maiden claiming in here. I think Don't Look Back deserves a long, long look. This horse has a second in the slop at the maiden special weight level here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, May 14th of 2024, in which they did break alertly, kind of took back off the leader in hand. Took the lead at the top of the lane, but was ultimately passed by a loaded horse who came from the back of the pack, and Please Stop Talking. But Don't Look Back proved that she can handle a muddy surface, and that's what she'll have to deal with today. 3 to 5 on the board, but the horse I originally had on top is Fascinator for the Moger gang. Steve Moger owns Ed Moger Jr. Trains, and Steve has his Cal homebred over here in Horseshoe Indianapolis. 0 for 8 with 3 second-place finishes. Not much to go off of on the sloppy track. Only 1 start on the dirt, and it was nothing to write home about it. And I'm not sure if this is an omen, but she's not even walking in the rain at this point. Under the covering here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is, I don't believe Fascinators are meant to handle the downpour that we're experiencing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And in California, I'm not sure she's seen rain all that frequently. She's been on the turf over at Ellis Park. She ran huge here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, in which she ran Too Good to Lose at 12-1. Her lone start on the dirt was at Keeneland. She was patiently ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr. on the backside and began losing ground and really never picked up her feet. It's a trio of horses kicking off today's late fire 5. 3 will go to the gate. 1 will return a winner in here, and we're going to go with back-to-back singles to kick off this late fire 5 with that carryover single horse number 7 on your screen now, and then the 6 in the 5th to kick off that Itoba pick 4. Don't forget, we also have an Itoba carryover as well. It's a day of rain and carryovers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and you can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
Fascinator, Tricky Fury, and Don't Look Back on the track for the fourth race. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course, all main track card, made in here over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Monsoon Dancer, 2, Divvy. Take out 5, Ton of Laughs. Scratch 6, Perfect Snow, and 8, Mare Soleil. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta. Win place. Double pick 3. 50-cent late pick 5 starter carryover. And the late pick 5 starting here of $2,650. And all main track card. This, the 6th and 8th off the turf. Main track sloppy. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5 carryover. And late pick 5 starts here, $2,650. All main track card as noted. This, the 6th and 8th, are off the turf. Main track sloppy. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards start. Sloppy track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden, Alba Jimenez, Fascinator. She's the first of 3. Three to 5 on Don't Look Back. Even money Fascinator. 4 to 1. Tricky Fury coming up with Santo Sanjor. Joins Fascinator. One more. Manny Esquivel with the daughter of Heartspun. Don't Look Back for the maiden. This is the 6th and 8th off the turf. Main track Sloppy. They're in the gate. Fascinator, Don't Look Back, and Tricky Fury off as they make their way toward the first turn. With Alba Jimenez, it's Fascinator, who's come away with the early lead from Don't Look Back. Second close up for Manny Esquivel. And with Santo Sanjor. Tricky Fury in the black silks has dropped back to last. Fascinator, Don't Look Back, and Tricky Fury at the 6.5. So the Calbred leads the Kentucky Breds to the back of the track, and it's Fascinator who leads Don't Look Back, who's right up there with company for Fascinator. The opening quarter in 25.06 seconds as they go up the back of this sloppy track. It's Fascinator who just leads Don't Look Back, who's right there with Fascinator, the joint leaders for the run toward the half-mile pole, 3 lengths away to Tricky Fury. It's still Fascinator, Don't Look Back, and Tricky Fury last of the trio. Fascinator leads toward the inside for Alba Jimenez, Manny Esquivel, and Don't Look Back. This is her 13th run. The daughter Heartspun's been right there with Fascinator, who leads through a half-mile split in 48.90 seconds. And Tricky Fury remains last. Don't Look Back, and toward the inside, Fascinator. As she rallies on toward the inside, Don't Look Back and Fascinator coming toward the quarter pole. And taking closer order now for Santo Sanjor is Tricky Fury. It's Don't Look Back on the edge of the quarter pole. 3/4, 1 minute 13.83 seconds. Don't Look Back going for home with Manny Esquivel. To the inside is Fascinator, trying to counterpunch, but Don't Look Back has her measure. With 1 furlong to go, Don't Look Back is going through the stretch and is pulling clear now from Fascinator with each and every stride as Tricky Fury tries to catch Fascinator. But Don't Look Back is long gone. Don't Look Back gets off the mark. Wins here by 7 from Fascinator, who holds Tricky Fury. $143.88 after the maiden. 143.88, 734. Don't Look Back at 3 to 5 home over Fascinator for the exact and Tricky Fury. 734 unofficial. Holo tickets. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle on the 4th race is official. The 7, Don't Look Back with Manny Esquivel. Don't Look Back is a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Heartspun out of Alopa Gone West. Racing for Cipriano Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Don't Look Back. Gets off the mark in her 13th career start. Takes out the maiden. 7-3 exacta, $5.20. 1-7 double paid $60.80. It was the pick 3 linking up races 2, 3, and 4. 6 and/or 8 with the 1 with the all, as this was one of 3 coming off the turf course. Note that pick 3 payout for $12.25. The 1, 2, 5, 6, and the 8 were the non-runners. Favorite first. 3 ran. Sloppy track 143.88 after the running of race 4. Race 5, our next port of call. One that was carded for the main track all along. 5th race, scratch the 3. Can't Hush This. Number 3, Can't Hush This, has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, another carryover. This one of 3 carryovers featured on the card here today. All main track cards sloppy. The $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. Carryover of just over $1,470. Post time will be 4:28. Sloppy track. Fascinator, Don't Look Back, and Tricky Fury off as they make their way toward the first turn. With Albert Jimenez, it's Fascinator, who's come away with the early lead from Don't Look Back. Second close up for Manny Esquivel. And with Santos Anjor. Tricky Fury in the black silks has dropped back to last. Fascinator, Don't Look Back, and Tricky Fury at the 6.5. So the Calbred leads the Kentucky Breds to the back of the track, and it's Fascinator who leads Don't Look Back, who's right up there with company for Fascinator. The opening quarter in 25.06 seconds as they go up the back of this sloppy track. It's Fascinator who just leads Don't Look Back, who's right there with Fascinator, the joint leaders for the run toward the half-mile pole, 3 lengths away to Tricky Fury. It's still Fascinator, Don't Look Back, and Tricky Fury last of the trio. Fascinator leads toward the inside for Albert Jimenez, Manny Esquivel, and Don't Look Back. This is her 13th run. The daughter Heartspun's been right there with Fascinator, who leads through a half-mile split in 48.90 seconds. And Tricky Fury remains last. Don't Look Back. And toward the inside, Fascinator. As she rallies on toward the inside, Don't Look Back and Fascinator coming toward the quarter pole. And taking closer order now for Santos Anjor is Tricky Fury. It's Don't Look Back on the edge of the quarter pole. 3/4, 1 minute 13.83 seconds. Don't Look Back going for home with Manny Esquivel. To the inside is Fascinator, trying to counterpunch, but Don't Look Back has her measure. With 1 furlong to go, Don't Look Back is going through the stretch and is pulling clear now from Fascinator with each and every stride as Tricky Fury tries to catch Fascinator. But Don't Look Back is long gone. Don't Look Back gets off the mark. Wins here by 7 from Fascinator, who holds Tricky Fury.
From marshmallow festivals to fireworks on the shore, no matter where you're headed this summer, Hubler Ford's got you covered. And during Hubler's Freedom to Drive, we've got your payments covered too, all summer long. So get out there in a new Ford with 0% financing. Plus, buy with 0 down, no payments for 90 days. And Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
Hubler's got you covered.
DriveHubler.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Bring me back up. 9 minutes to the fifth race here. Sorry about that, guys. Forgot the mic. The 3 is out of here. Can't hush this. All this rain, man, I'm telling you. But I've gotten pretty lucky in the last couple, so let's keep rolling it on. This does start the late Itoba $1 pick 4, carryover of $1,471.51. This is a 3-year-old and up allowance optional claim for $50,000, a mile and 70. So these are some horses, you know, that know what they're doing. Also got lucky in this one because I looked at it and I was like, man, I had no idea it was going to rain today. There was like a 12% chance or something like that. But I think I did okay because both of my top selections in here, the 2 and the 1, have some nice off-track form. So let's get straight to it. 5-2, Best Actor. Evan Roman here for Ed Moger, and he was aboard for Michelle in the opener, so Evan is looking for a double. Now, he just had his horse win, his Oaks horse, I believe. I can't remember if it was a Derby or Oaks horse, Big Trez maybe. Win this weekend. He's had a lot of success here bringing his horses to Indiana, and this one's coming off a win on the slop. Need I say more? We're going a mile today, mile and 70, and win a mile and 16th last time, and it claiming for 40 at Churchill. That was back on June 26th. So the 2 has had some time off here today. So has some early speed as well. That definitely helps when you're in the slop. And speed usually favors. So put up a 92 two back at a mile. And then, I'm sorry, not a mile and 16th. I was looking at the one. A mile was the last one. This one finished 8th. I was talking about the one there very shortly. But this one actually has ran on a fast track the last 2. But if you go to the wet dirt tries, it's been a while. There's 1 second by ahead in last February. But if you go to his wet dirt tries, 5 of those have been 3 in the money, 1 win in 2 seconds. So he's dropping down a class. He's coming out of Stakes Company. He doesn't seem to mind an off-going. And Moger's hot, and so is Evans. So best actor. Then I was just talking about the one. Sorry about that, guys. Mike wasn't on, getting my running lines mixed up. But the one, just standing there, ready for the frame. Looks impeccable, by the way, I must say. Ron Moquet has this 8-year-old horse looking phenomenal. I mean, I would not have guessed he was 8. I mean, they're all older in here, but not all of them, but for the majority, they're older in here, but he just looks really, really good. He's the one that's coming out of a mile and 16th on the slop and won by half a length. So also has early speed, though. So we've got 2 horses with early speed on the inside. You know, recently he's put up an 88 on the slop and then going fast 79. Now, if you go 3 back on the mud, he won by 6 in that starter at a mile and a 16th at Oaklawn and ended up putting up a 97 Brisnet speed figure. So Man in the Can might be a little bit speedier, but I did give a slight edge to Best Actor, but that was when it was dry. So now I'm kind of having to readjust. So if you want to just box 1 and 2, that's what I would do. Even though now that I've been talking, now, of course, the 2's the favorite. The 4. 3's out. Let's go to Presidential here. Presidential put in a bullet work recently, which I liked on August 6th here, and looked good doing it. 1:03, 5 furlongs. That's not bad. 1 of 8. This is 3rd off the layoff, which is key for him. He's a 6-year-old horse. He's really just, here in the last couple of races, he's only ran twice. They tried him, here in that couple of those allowances that we have for 62,000. So now they're putting him at 50. He's not in for the tag by any means, but they are dropping him down a little bit price-wise. So he's not as speedy. I will give him last spring. He put up a 99 winning the Sunland handicap at going long at a mile and an 8th. So, I mean, this guy is capable of speed, and it wasn't all that long ago. It was a year ago. Since then, and it declined a little bit, but I still think he's a real classy guy. And, of course, me, I'm a Keith Asmussen fan. Steve, obviously, top of the line, 3 Chimney Farms. Just very good connections here. Pioneer of the Nile, which is sire of American Pharaoh. So, just a lot of good twirling candy. There's a lot to go on here. And I know he's 6, but still, I mean, he's just a classy guy. Over $500,000 in earnings. My 2 and my 1, they have more than that. But those kind of are the main ones for me. 2, 1, and 4. I like the 4 at 11-1. All right, Jaime Torres just got the leg up, and now Evans aboard. We are going to send it to John for this 5th race. Don't forget, this late pick 4 has $1,471 in it. And I did tell everybody, but on X, but we did last race, the race 4 was an all button for this early pick 4, just so you guys know. Good luck.
horses coming out to the track for the 5th race. This was one carded today for the main track over the 1 mile and 70 yards. 8 start. Number 3, Can't Hush This, has been scratched. Scratch 3, Can't Hush This. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. With a carryover in the late pick 4, just over $1,470. Sloppy track. The 6th and 8th are off the turf. Sloppy 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. There, that carryover reminder from the crew. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Starts here, sloppy track. Late pick 4 carryover at $1,471. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Jaime Torres with Man in the Can. Man in the Can first in. Alberto Burgos with Midnight West. Evan Roman, Best Actor coming up. Man in the Can right now, 2-1 favorite. Sando Sanjor with King Ice loading. Keith Asmussen with Presidential. Now Eric Asmussen background. Like Presidential, both here for Steve Asmussen. At Plum Island, 70 yards. Oscar Villarreal, Swiss Slang coming up. One more Hearn. Apprentice Jose Gutierrez has a win on the card. Sloppy track. The 6th and 8th are off the turf, so an all main track card here. Earlier we had a weather delay. Leaving behind a sloppy track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hearn given a 23-1 chance. It's now 3-5 on Midnight West. Leading up Hearn. The son of Gunrunner. Here comes the 5th, all in. And they're off. Midnight West broke sharp. So did Man in the Can toward the inside. The 10-time winner with Jaime Torres. Man in the Can takes charge of the pace. Midnight West in the red cap, second after a sharp start, then joined out wide by Hearn. And then toward the inside is Best Actor running in 4th with 7 furlongs to go. Then it's a break of a length and a half to Swiss Slang, who's next in 5th, while 3 clear from Presidential. 3/4 length to Background, Royal Blue with the white halves and cap, and King Ice trails. The opening quarter in 24.10 seconds. It's Man in the Can. Man in the Can leads them as they go up the back of this wet track. Midnight West follows the leader for Alberto Burgos with Hearn in the white cap. Then toward the inside is Best Actor running in 4th. It's a length then to Swiss Slang in 5th. Presidential, Background, and King Ice remains last. Man in the Can. First past the half-mile pole. It's Man in the Can from Midnight West turn. Best Actor, Swiss Slang, Presidential, Background, and King Ice trying to take closer order. Half mile on this sloppy track, 47.82 seconds. Man in the Can has been tracked by Midnight West. At 3-5, the favorite gearing up for a run. Here's Midnight West now for Alberto Burgos to take on Man in the Can as they come past the quarter pole. And Hearn right there in range for Jose Gutierrez. Best Actor strains away in 4th. They're homeward bound. Hearn is sweeping. 3/4, 1 minute 11.39 seconds. Hearn outside of Midnight West with 1 furlong to go. It's Midnight West gets those left-handers. Midnight West at 3-5. Hearn is 21-1. They come inside the final half furlong. And to the inside is Best Actor, who's finishing well, but it's Midnight West who's won it from Hearn and Best Actor. Swiss Slang 4th, and then Men in the Can. .55, 6.9256. Midnight West at 3-5 first over 9 Hearn. 21-1 on the runner-up to Best Actor. At 3-1 was third, and 5 Swiss Slang. At 10-1 the fourth. 6.925. Alberto Burgos gets the favorite home. Son of Get Stormy in the slop for Tomas Medina. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle V6 Midnight West with Alberto Burgos. Midnight West is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Get Stormy and a Cupid's Gallop by Victory Gallop. Thomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Midnight West. Race 5 official. 6-9 exact to pay $37.80. The 50-cent trifecta, $29.25. 7-6 double, $6.60. 3 and 4 in the early pick 4, $60.30. 50-cent pick 3, $27.25. The 50-cent pick 5 pays out on 4 to 5, $315.25. Early pick 5 carryover, $3,979. The winner was claimed. Midnight West ran for the $50,000, claimed away by owners Contreras Stable, Ed and Linda Fisher. Trainer Cipriano Contreras claimed Midnight West the winner. 140.55 after the running of race 5. Race 6, scratch the 3, Gibran. The 5, Enjoy the Kraken. 7, Highlighter. 8, Missionary Man. And the 9, TCAC. Maiden on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Sloppy track, scratch the 3-5, 7-8, and the number 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:57. Here comes the 5th all in. And they're off. Midnight West broke sharp. So did Man in the Can toward the inside. The 10-time winner with Jaime Torres. Man in the Can takes charge of the pace. Midnight West in the red cap, second after a sharp start, then joined out wide by Hearn. And then toward the inside is Best Actor running in 4th with 7 furlongs to go. Then it's a break of a length and a half to Swiss Slang, who's next in 5th, while 3 clear from Presidential. 3/4 length to Background, Royal Blue with the white halves and cap, and King Ice trails. The opening quarter in 24.10 seconds. It's Man in the Can. Man in the Can leads them as they go up the back of this wet track. Midnight West follows the leader for Alberto Burgos with Hearn in the white cap. Then toward the inside is Best Actor running in 4th. It's a length then to Swiss Slang in 5th. Presidential, Background, and King Ice remains last. Man in the Can. First past the half-mile pole. It's Man in the Can from Midnight West turn. Best Actor, Swiss Slang, Presidential, Background, and King Ice trying to take closer order. Half mile on this sloppy track, 47.82 seconds. Man in the Can has been tracked by Midnight West. At 3 to 5, the favorite gearing up for a run. Here's Midnight West now for Alberto Burgos to take on Man in the Can as they come past the quarter pole. And Hearn right there in range for Jose Gutierrez. Best Actor strains away in 4th. They're homeward bound. Hearn is sweeping. 3/4, 1 minute 11.39 seconds. Hearn outside of Midnight West with 1 furlong to go. It's Midnight West gets those left-handers. Midnight West at 3 to 5. Hearn is 21 to 1. They come inside the final half furlong. And toward the inside is Best Actor, who's finishing well, but it's Midnight West who's won it from Hearn and Best Actor. Swiss Slang 4th, and then Men in the Can. Here comes the 5th all in.
9 minutes to the sixth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A 3-year-old not maiden claiming for 20,000, 1 mile on the grass. Scratches in here 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9. The 10 is the even money favorite, and that is my top selection in here, Fletcher Bay. Fletcher Bay gets Manny Esquivel aboard for Cipriano Contreras. Cippy and Manny won the 4th race together. So they are looking for a jockey trainer double. This horse was claimed for 20 last time by Sippy, and it was June 26th on the turf, which this race obviously was slated for a mile on the turf. Now we're going a mile and 70, and was beaten a length for second. It was a really nice race. It was a full field of 12. Now we got 7 in here with all the scratches, and it's been taken off. Wet dirt tries, not there. So we'll see what this 3-year-old gelding thinks about the slop. He seems to have sort of a sit back and wait kind of race. Probably needs to be involved a little bit more early, but he was kind of mid-pack, there in that last race. So that probably is going to be the case here today, which is a little bit of a question mark given the state of the track. Let's go to the rail, the 1 Gold Factor, now 9-1 on the tote board. This is another one that it was a little bit of a question mark for me, but Edgar's riding for Helen Pitts-Blasi. I really like her. She brings her horses here, like a handful of horses, and does really well with them. He's a 3-year-old gelding, bred and owned by Cardinal Farm. Okay, so Kentucky Downs last year, woo, that was a tough race. It's a tough track. It's a tough turf course. And they just decided, let's just let this guy, that was his 2-year-old champion, let's let this guy grow up a little bit. He comes back to Ellis Park on July 20th. He's on the mud, so he at least has some, racing experience on and off track. And he ends up, same thing, not good. So beat 1 horse at Kentucky and beat none at Ellis. He was just kind of through. So let's just try again. The Gold Factor is getting much easier here. That was a maiden claimer for 30, but it's still at Ellis. In this race here, he's dropping down in class. And he got a race out of his system. He's going to try 2 turns today. We're switching it all up. And I've noticed that when you switch it all up sometimes, it does make the difference. And then I'm going to go to the 11. The 11 is 5-2 on the tote board, and that is No Pally Joe. No Pally Joe gets Declan Cannon aboard for Ignacio Carreras, a 4-year-old gelding who's making his 9th lifetime start. Now, he's been 3rd 3 times, including his last race here on June 23rd, in a maiden claiming for 32 on the grass. And now we're going down to a maiden claiming for 20. So drops in class today. Ignacio's really good off of this kind of layoff, was 3rd versus even tougher last time. There's just a lot of upside for this guy. And he did run on a, well, it ended up being a fast track, but he did run on the dirt a couple times ago here. So I think he has the experience to get it done. We'll see what he does on the outside post, though. He likes to tuck in like a couple links, 3 links off the leader. So it seems to be the case for a lot of these guys who are left in this race, that they kind of, sit off the pace. Maybe the 4 has a little bit of early speed. The 2 won last time, or got second last time, gate to wire. So it's really going to be interesting to see if anybody sends and how the pace scenario sets up with all these horses that kind of like to set off the pace. But I've got Tim 111 here in the 6th race. This does start at 50 cent pick 3 on races 6, 7, and 8. Good luck.
The horses called posted now for the 6th race. One of those taken off the turf course. Made it here on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. They field a 7. Scratch the 3, Jabran. 5, Enjoy the Kraken. Take out the 7, Highlighter. Scratch 8, Missionary Man, and the 9, TCAC. Scratch the 3, 5, 7, 8, and the number 9. Sloppy track, it remains Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3. Closer to a start. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Edgar Morales with Goal Factor. Here's the drone view. Eric Asmussen with Personal Cream joins Goal Factor. Jose Gutierrez with Traitor coming up. 10-1 on Traitor. Fletcher Bay, Manny Esquivel on the Tuesday scoreboard. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Benadoso. Declan Cannon, Napoli Joe. At Bomb Island 70 yards, one more. Keith Asmussen with Beeville. It's 103 taken off the turf course here around the 3 o'clock hour. Sloppy track. Even money, Fletcher Bay. They're in the gate. They're off. Beeville broke outward. Benadoso broke sharp, as did Goal Factor with the rail as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Benadoso and Goal Factor right there inside his quarters as they splash into the first turn. With on the outside, Fletcher Bay now in third as they round the first turn, and toward the inside is Personal Creed, tucked in, running in fourth at the 6.5. Right with Personal Creed is Napoli Joe. The trailers are Traitor, and Beeville is dropped back to last. 23.48 lead seconds. It's Benadoso with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Benadoso now the overall leader, leads by just inside a length to both. On the outside, Fletcher Bay and Goal Factor in between horses. Benadoso leads Fletcher Bay to a half mile from home. Goal Factor's running in third by 2. Napoli Joe, steady headway now for Declan Cannon from fourth. Then Personal Creed, Beeville, and Traitors drop back to last. Half mile on this sloppy track, 47.10. They enter the far turn. It's Benadoso. 25-1. Benadoso leads. 3-5 Fletcher Bay, who's been right there poised for Manny Esquivel. So here's Fletcher Bay, quickens Benadoso up as they make the way toward the quarter pole. 5 lengths away to Napoli Joe, who straightens away in third. From on the outside, Traitor, who's picked up ground now into fourth. Beeville on the far outside, Goal Factor vibe, but has dropped back as they turn for home in Personal Creed. Fletcher Bay's in charge. 3/4, 1 minute 11.80 seconds with Manny Esquivel. Fletcher Bay is slipping away. 10 lengths in front. With a 16 to go, Traitor's getting into second from Napoli Joe. Benadoso is dropped back. Fletcher Bay out to the maiden ranks today. Fletcher Bay won by 6 from Traitor. Napoli Joe was third, then Benadoso, and Beeville back in fifth. Ten to 11-4, 12 runs fifth. That for the Pentafecta featured on the maiden, 141.73. Here's the slow-mo, Fletcher Bay. Son of Spitestown, Manny Esquivel, Cipriano Contreras, another win on the card. 3-5 on 10, Fletcher Bay first in the maiden. 2 Traitor, 11-1 was second, 11 Napoli Joe, 3-1 third. 4 Benadoso, 25-1 fourth, and 12 Beeville. Broke outward at the start, gets into the Pentafecta frame at 7-1. 10-2, 11-4, 12. Hold all tickets until official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 10, Fletcher Bay, a riding double for Manny Esquivel. Fletcher Bay is a 3-year-old dark Mayor Brown gelding by Spitestown. Under the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Regia Marina, for Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated, and William Roundtree. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Fletcher Bay out to the maiden ranks. It's official. $10 to exacta, $25.20. The 10-cent Pentafecta paid $52.20. Beeville ran fifth. 50-cent trifecta, 10 to 11, $14 and change. 610 double $8.60. 10-cent superfecta, $8.11. Benadoso was fourth. Beeville fifth. 50-cent pick three coming back, $3.25. In the maiden, the 3-5, 7, 8 to 9 were the non-runners in the off-the-turf maiden. Favorite first, 7-face starter Ray Kuick, 141.73 sloppy. 19 minutes away, race 7 of 9. Start of the race week, Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. In the 7th race mile, scratch the also eligible 11 sorry, not sorry. 11 sorry, not sorry, the also eligible scratch from the mile. No rider changes, 6 Vortex Expresses, 3 over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta, double final pick 3 feature of the day. Post time will be at 5:27. They're in the gate. They're off. Beeville broke outward. Benadoso broke sharp. As did Gold Factor with the rail as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Benadoso and Gold Factor right there inside his quarters as they splash into the first turn. With on the outside, Fletcher Bay now in third as they round the first turn. And toward the inside is Personal Creed tucked in, running in fourth at the 6.5. Right with Personal Creed is Nepali Joe. The trailers are Traitor, and Beeville is dropped back to last. 23.48 lead seconds. It's Benadoso with Marcelino Pedroso Jr. Benadoso now the overall leader, leads by just inside a length to both. On the outside, Fletcher Bay and Gold Factor in between horses. Benadoso leads Fletcher Bay to a half mile from home. Gold Factor's running in third by 2. Nepali Joe, steady headway now for Declan Cannon from fourth. Then Personal Creed, Beeville, and Traitors drop back to last. Half mile on this sloppy track, 47.10. They enter the far turn, it's Benadoso. 25 to 1, Benadoso leads. 3 to 5, Fletcher Bay, who's been right there poised for Manny Esquivel. So here's Fletcher Bay, quickens Benadoso up as they make the way toward the quarter pole. 5 lengths away to Nepali Joe, who straightens away in third. From on the outside, Traitor, who's picked up ground now into fourth. Beeville on the far outside, Gold Factor Vibe, but has dropped back as they turn for home in Personal Creed. Fletcher Bay's in charge. 3/4, 1 minute 11.80 seconds with Manny Esquivel. Fletcher Bay is slipping away. 10 lengths in front. With a 16 to go, Traitor is getting into second from Nepali Joe. Benadoso is dropped back. Fletcher Bay out to the maiden ranks today. Fletcher Bay won by 6 from Traitor. Nepali Joe was third, then Benadoso, and Beeville back in fifth. Two claims on the winner. 10 Fletcher Bay out to the maiden ranks and a $20,000 claim after the win. Fletcher Bay in a two-way shakeover to new owners Jacob and Ryan Spees. Trainer Tracy Wisner claimed Fletcher Bay won the maiden.
before the skies opened here in Shelbyville, we had a couple of prices kicked off the card of the 5-1. Then we had a $17 winner, I believe, as well. And since then, when the rain has fallen, we've failed to break over $3.40 the last three races. I think that's going to change this race. We've got a race that was always carded to be on the dirt on a sloppy surface in here. Scratch number 11, Sorry Not Sorry, and a 10 pack will go to the starting gate, going 1 mile, starting where they all hope to finish right in front of that winner's circle. We do feature some daily doubles and a pentafecta as well in the upcoming 7th race. Let's take a look at this field. Now, I've got a little bit of a price horse in here. How about Ron Harrell's Vortex Express for Vortex Racing? Horse named after ownership named after horse, whatever you want to call it. This 3-year-old filly by Bucaro is bred to handle a sloppy surface. Now, those two races that have been in the slop weren't nothing to write home about. I'm not convinced that she necessarily does like the slop, but what I do know is she ran against some very tough customers when she was in the slop. Wicked Vet and Hoosier Promise, both of those are stakes quality fillies and stakes winners at this time. Crumble ran a huge race on June 7th, and then the last two starts have been very impressive. Two back, June 26th, moved up to challenge the leader midway through the turn while being 73-1 and kept battling right through the line, rounding out the exacta that day behind next out winner Bits of Candy. Then came back at 4-1 and was an easy winner last time out. That's the challenges of being a bettor. You are just 2 lengths away from cashing in 73-1 shot, and you come back just a couple of weeks later. Now everyone knows Vortex Express ain't that bad, and this horse wins easily at 4-1, in my opinion, still being a little bit disrespected because that replay was very nice. I mean, they were in tight behind a wall of horses. Flacco found room late, and he got space on the inside and ultimately won well going away. That was sprinting. They're going to go 2 turns today. The way this horse has raced recently, I think added ground is actually going to help this 3-year-old filly. The slop is unknown, but I am willing to forgive those 2 poor starts against quality like Wicked Vet and Crumble in the slop. 7-1, a value player in here. But the 2 has taken a lot of money, and this money cannot be overlooked because the surface did not change. So these morning lines should be close or in line. And Pay Me Later was 10-1 on the morning line, currently 7-2 on the board for Bob Gorham. Santos Sanger going to be calling the shots on this 3-year-old Painter filly in here, who's lightly raced, always a good sign. 1 win from 4 starts, and the good news for the backers is Pay Me Later appeared to relish the added ground. It was the first time going 2 turns, albeit at the maiden special weight level, sat on the hip of the long shot leader and absolutely powered home an easy winner. Turned a field of 8 into a 1-horse romp at just about 3-1 last time out. Should improve second time 2 turns. The off track is unknown in here, but Pay Me Later has tactical speed and appears to love the added ground that she has seen her last 2 starts. And we'll see if she can make it back-to-back wins, taking on winners for the first time. Always a tough task, but is taking a sneaky amount of money. The 7 is Matoli Secret, a 3-year-old Matoli filly. Evan Roman has been aboard for Michelle Elliott in here, and 1 for 12 lifetime. And this one is 0 for 5 so far on the season, but exits a tough race in the $200,000 First Lady Handicap, and she's turned out well. She wins the beauty contest down here in the walking ring. If you're new to horse racing, that is how you want them to look. This 3-year-old filly is showing out, and Michelle Elliott and their groom doing an awesome job in here. On the toes, on the muscle, neck bowed in here. You would not know that this horse just lost by 30 lengths last time out. However, gets a ton of class relief. That was a $200,000 handicap in there, and it was a tough race with G-Force Jimmy, Spooky Ridge, Temple Painter. I think this horse will absolutely appreciate being back in the allowance ranks in here. Evan Roman going to be aboard. He was off Matoli's Secret in that stakes race. He's been aboard a lot of her successes. We'll see if he can get the job done in here. We'll see if Matoli's Secret can run as good as she looks. But a wide-open betting field in here. We failed to break the 340 barrier the last 3 races. Your current favorite, Tap Bonnet, turf to dirt in play. Winless on an off track. 1 win on a fast track. We'll see if Tony Granitz and Tap Bonnet can give us our 4th favorite in a row. but I'm yielding against right now 6, 2, and 7. Could be a long shots paradise as we're 5 minutes away from race number 7.
The horses coming onto the track for the 7th race. This was one that was carded for the main track today over the mile. Anfield of 10. Scratch the also eligible number 11. Sorry, not sorry. Scratch the also eligible the number 11. 6 Vortex Express plus 3 pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5 wager. Pentafecta bets here on the mile. Double pick 3. Sloppy track. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time loading for the mile. Joe Ramos with Shanna Del Mar. Joseph Romero, Vortex Express, is coming up to the gate. Joins Shanna Del Mar. Sandos Hanjor, Pay Me Later. Natoli Secret. Evan Roman won the opener for Michelle Elliott. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., the pilot, with Tap on it. 2-1 favorite, Tap on it. Joseph Bimmer with War Trinkets. Now Edgar Morales, Charming Talisman going in. 10-1 Charming Talisman. Mitch Morrow with Raylin Drew 9. Stompy track here over the mile. 2 back. Orlando Mexica firing fast. Staring at 24-1 odds. Tap on it, 2-1 favorite. One more for the mile. Andres Aloa with the great order of Mohamed, Everlasting Spirit. They're in the gate. And they're off. Starter caught them on a perfect line. Taking back War Trinkets as they charge into the first turn. Really scramble on. Tap Bonnet, Pay Me Later toward the inside. Charming Talisman maybe just in front. And Vortex Express is right with these leaders. So Charming Talisman to the top for Edgar Morales. Pursued in earnest by Vortex Express with 6 furlongs to run. An early break to Tap Bonnet, who's now third upon settling there for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., joined out wide by Everlasting Spirit the Gray, and Pay Me Later holds the rail. Firing fast is next from Atoli Secret, then comes Raylin, Chanel Del Mar running second to last, and War Trinkets trails. The quarter 23.67 seconds. Charming Talisman leads the mile. They're just outside the half-mile pole. Charming Talisman out in front. Leads Vortex Express staying close. Tap on it is 3 lengths away, running in third position. Then comes Everlasting Spirit, Pay Me Later, Firing Fast, Chanel Del Mar, Atoli Secret, Raylin, and finally War Trinkets. Half mile for Charming Talisman. 47.02. 3 furlongs still in front of Charming Talisman, who continues to lead by 3/4 length. Vortex Express in second as Tap Bonnet looks to inch in now from third as they come toward the quarter pole. Everlasting Spirit, Pay Me Later, Chanel Del Mar firing fast. Raylin up the rail. Wide Matoli Secret making no late impact, and War Trinkets has trailed them into the stretch after 3/4. In 1 minute 11.79 seconds, it is Vortex Express, Charming Talisman, and Chanel Del Mar just mops them up. Moving up between horses, Pay Me Later in a black cap, but it's Shanna Del Mar and Joe Ramos. Shanna Del Mar. Shanna Del Mar pulling clear. Shanna Del Mar gets the result by 4. Pay Me Later was second, Tap on at third, then Vortex Express and Everlasting Spirit. 138.93 after the mile. 1, 2, 3, 6, 10 runs fifth. 1, Shanna Del Mar. 5 to 1 first. 2, Pay Me Later. 3 to 1 on the runner-up after the mile. 3, Tap Bonnet. 7 to 2 third. Here's the slow-mo. 6, Vortex Express. 8 to 1 fourth, and the 10, Everlasting Spirit, was fifth for the Grand High Five. It's 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. Joe Ramos getting a win on the card for Ray Paquette the third. 5 to 1 on Shanna Del Mar. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 1, Shanna Del Mar with Joe Ramos. It's official. Shanna Del Mar, 4-year-old Chestnut filly by First Dude at Vista Del Mar by Deputy Minister. Owned and trained by Ray Paquette III. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Shanna Del Mar. Wins the mile. Couple more to go here on the Tuesday card. Wednesday, Thursday post time 2:10. Saturday, join us for Empire of Hope Night. 1-2 exacta paid $51.60. 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. Pays out on 3 of 3 for $11.25. 10-cent pentafecta, $103.62. Everlasting Spirit ran 5th. 50-cent trifecta, 1, 2, 3, $33.95. 10-1 double, $20. 10-cent superfecta, $55.45. Vortex Express ran 4th in the mile, and Everlasting Spirit was 5th. 10 faced the starter, 138.93. In the 8th race, 18 minutes away, 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Just to note, the 8th race, main track, remains labeled sloppy at 1 mile, 70 yards. 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch 2, Juicy Justice. 3, Skippin' Justice. Scratch the 2 and the 3, No Justice, and the off-the-turf race. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, the pentafecta. Start of the late double in the 9th, that quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. Sloppy track, 9th race. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, you talking about me? And the 12, HF, Carson's Buddy. Scratch the also eligibles. 7, Keeney's Final Gift. The jockey will be Francisco Quintero. This is in the quarter horse maiden. Francisco Quintero on 7, Keeney's Final Gift. Number 1, Mr. Back for the Prize, is a first-time gelding. FTG, the designation. First-time gelding is the 1, Mr. Back for the Prize, and the 10, Political Lies, is 3 over in the quarter horse maiden. Sloppy track, post time 5:56. And they're off. Starter caught them on a perfect line. Taking back War Trinkets as they charge into the first turn. Really scramble on. Tap Bonnet, Pay Me Later toward the inside. Charming Talisman maybe just in front. And Vortex Express is right with these leaders. So Charming Talisman to the top for Edgar Morales. Pursued in earnest by Vortex Express with 6 furlongs to run. An early break to Tap Bonnet, who's now third upon settling there for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., joined out wide by Everlasting Spirit the Gray, and Pay Me Later holds the rail. Firing Fast is next from Atoli's Secret, then comes Ray Lynn, Chanel Del Mar running second to last, and War Trinkets trails. The quarter 23.67 seconds. Charming Talisman leads the mile. They're just outside the half-mile pole. Charming Talisman out in front. Leads Vortex Express staying close. Tap Bonnet is 3 lengths away, running in third position. Then comes Everlasting Spirit, Pay Me Later, Firing Fast, Chanel Del Mar, Atoli's Secret, Ray Lynn, and finally War Trinkets. Half mile for Charming Talisman. 47.02. 3 furlongs still in front of Charming Talisman, who continues to lead by 3/4 length. Vortex Express in second as Tap Bonnet looks to inch in now from third as they come toward the quarter pole. Everlasting Spirit, Pay Me Later, Chanel Del Mar, Firing Fast, railing up the rail. Wide Matoli's Secret making no late impact, and War Trinkets has trailed them into the stretch after 3/4. In 1 minute 11.79 seconds, it is Vortex Express, Charming Talisman, and Chanel Del Mar just mops them up. Moving up between horses, Pay Me Later in a black cap, but it's Shanna Del Mar and Joe Ramos. Shanna Del Mar. Shanna Del Mar pulling clear. Shanna Del Mar gets the result by 4. Pay Me Later was second, Tap Bonnet third, then Vortex Express and Everlasting Spirit. And they're off.
Our final off-turf event has finally reached us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A disappointing day having to be off the turf. The handle's still been great. Now, we will have a carryover again in tomorrow's early pick 5. So if you're curious about that small carryover you saw on the screen during the payouts of the early pick 5, state rules require us that if we make a surface change in the middle of a sequence, the carryover goes to the next day. So that early pick 5 only included today's handle. We'll have an early pick 5 carryover tomorrow. Now, in regards to the late fire 5 and that Itoba pick 4, both of them had carryovers in their own right because the surface change was made prior to the beginning or the start of those tickets. The carryover money will be paid out today, and hopefully you're still alive in that late fire 5 and the Itoba pick 4 because those carryouts will be paid out 7 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 2 and 3 out of this off-turf event, now a mile on the main track in here, and certainly changed some things around for yours truly with this off-turf switch in here. So I went with Jolly Justice on top. Joe Ramos, Randy Klopp, a jockey-trainer combination. You hear me tout a lot, and rightfully so. All they do is win. They're winning at 22% with almost a 2-to-1 ROI. Speed Stables teaming up with Randy Klopp in here. Guys that do not need a map to our winner's circle, rain or shine, they're certainly willing to visit it. 9-2 on the board. Last time out, ran into a sloppy surface, actually losing to your favorite, Enchanted Melody, who will be right next door in the starting gate as well, but was closing ground willingly in the lane, was making up a ton of ground. It was kind of a unique race because even though they were 9 lengths behind early on in that race, they stayed in third throughout. So they've started 9 lengths behind in third and finished 1 length behind in third. You can kind of picture how they went around the racetrack. I made it an Enchanted Melody, kind of turned that into a match race. Jolly Justice was closing in on those top 2 but could not push past. We'll see if this horse, who appears to be on the improve, has upside. Second time off the long layoff. I mean, even though it was July 15th, that was Jolly Justice's first race of the year. She should improve in this spot. Ultimately, they wanted to be on the turf in both starts, but they will get the main track in here, and she didn't run poorly by any means. We'll see if she can get to your favorite, Enchanted Melody, who's my second selection. In fairness and wagering, when I handicapped the turf, I had these 2 in reverse. I had Enchanted Melody on top with Jolly Justice in third, and Enchanted Melody now moves into second. We'll see if we can get that right again with the surface change in here for Michelle Elliott, Evan Roman, and the Classic Silks of KP Thoroughbreds. I think my notes indicate that this horse is a little bit of a short strider on the dirt, but certainly was no worse for the wear. Those short strides didn't hurt them at all last time out. A photo finish away from being a winner at 7-5. They broke sharp, went right to the lead. We're kind of headed at the top of the lane. I made it challenge this one very early on. They were both all out and battled right through the line. Jolly Justice was closing in, but Enchanted Melody was as game as they come, and the 5-year-old mare, she tried to dig down deep for her 5th win. The photo just did not go her way. She's no stranger to a wet surface, and I don't blame the bettors right now for making her the favorite. In fact, she is kind of a mud girl. She's a 5-year-old mare. She's got 2 wins, 4 seconds, and a third. So she's finished in the money in over 50% of 12 wet track tries. It seems like Michelle Elliott always wants to try her on the turf, and she stays in almost each and every time. In fact, it looks like about 8 of the last 9 races she's been entered on the turf, and she's only found her way to the turf 1 time. And unfortunately for KP Thoroughbreds, that lone try on the turf, they dominated. A 5-length victory. We'll see if Enchanted Melody can do what she's done in the past, and that is win on a surface change, 2-1 on the board. But the value may come from your inside runner, Molly's Potion. A little bit of where you been for Molly. This 3-year-old filly by Pataki Kid does have to take on older. That's a tall task, but she's stakes tested. In fact, her last 2 outs have both been in $100,000 handicaps in Swifty Sired handicap, along with the $100,000 Shelby County handicap. And in the Shelby County, at least, she did have to take on older, but she hasn't been seen since June 4th. Now they'll make the blinkers off in this spot. Sammy Bermuda is going to be aboard. We'll see if the time off does Molly's Potion any good. She projects to be the front runner in here. We'll see how it plays out just 3 minutes away from race number 8.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This is off the turf to be run on the main track. Remains labeled sloppy at 1 mile and 70 yards. Note the distance, now 1 mile, 70 yards. A field of 8, scratch the 2, Juicy Justice, and 3, Skippin' Justice. Scratch the 2 and the number 3. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta, and the starts of the late double. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards, main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Sammy Bermudez with Molly's Potion. The daughter Pataki Kid first in. Alex Achard with Amazingness has joined Molly's Potion. Oscar Villarreal with Soul Run. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Here Kitty Kitty. Jose Gutierrez leading up, She's My Huckleberry. Evan Roman with Enchanted Melody. Two back. Luis Contreras with Charming Giselle. Like Here Kitty Kitty, both for Bob Gorham. At 1 mile and 70 yards. Sloppy track it remains here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And one more. Jolly Justice. Would be a double for Joe Ramos. They're in the game. They're off to an even start. Good start for Molly's Potion. Right there, She's My Huckleberry with the white cap, and Enchanted Melody with an early run as they make their way into the first turn. Here, Kitty Kitty is running in fourth, with on the outside, Jolly Justice in fifth as they round the first turn. Soul Run with in between horses, Charming Giselle and Amazingness. Charming Giselle has dropped back to last, and it's She's My Huckleberry who takes charge of the pace. She's My Huckleberry leads Molly's Potion by 2. The quarter, 23.56 seconds. Enchanted Melody is running in third in the black cap. Soul Run with the rail and Amazingness is running in fifth now by 3. Then Here Kitty Kitty. Running second to last is Jolly Justice, and the trailer is Charming Giselle. Making this run toward the half-mile pole. She's My Huckleberry for Jose Gutierrez, being joined by Molly's Potion, who's making this bid right now for Sammy Bermudez. Past the half-mile pole right together in 47.19 seconds. With on the outside, Enchanted Melody, Soul Run, and Amazingness running in fifth. It's a break of 6 more with 3 furlongs to go to Jolly Justice, then Here Kitty Kitty, and she's picked up now by Charming Giselle. Here Kitty Kitty has dropped back to last. Molly's Potion at the quarter pole with a widening lead. Molly's Potion off the inside parts of the track. Leads here by 2. To She's My Huckleberry, and Enchanted Melody straightens away in third. Soul Run, and on the front outside, Charming Giselle steady headway. These fillies mares have straightened away 3/4, 1 minute 11.57 seconds. Molly's Potion, She's My Huckleberry, game for the inside. Soul Run between horses, Jolly Justice, Enchanted Melody, Charming Giselle also in with a shot. They come up toward the finish, and here's Jolly Justice for Joe Ramos. Jolly Justice snatches it from Molly's Potion in the shadow of the wire. Soul Run with She's My Huckleberry, Charming Giselle, and Enchanted Melody next. Photo finish, 143.43 in a scramble. After the 1 mile and 70 yards, 143.43. Judges calling for a win photograph. Here's the slow-mo, 10-1 on Jolly Justice. Joe Ramos with a double over Molly's Potion. Soul Run, She's My Huckleberry. Charming Giselle made headway. Enchanted Melody next. Amazingness with no late punch. 143.43, stand by for the judges' confirmation. Ten, 1, 4, 5, 6, 10. Jolly Justice. 10-1 first over 1 Molly's Potion. Even money, the runner-up today. For Soul Run, 10-1 third, 5. She's My Huckleberry. 6-1 fourth, and 6 Charming Giselle gets into the pentafecta. 10-1, 4, 5, 6. Racing to official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 10, Jolly Justice. A running double for Joe Ramos. Jolly Justice is a 4-year-old bay filly by Harry's Holiday. And a bank candy by Banker's Gold. Racing for Roger Species, Speece Stable LLC. There's Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Jolly Justice. She was 10-1. Results in. Stand by for the 50-cent late pick 5 and $1 late pick 4. Payouts on the card. 10-1 exacta 97.40. The 10-cent superfecta 10-145 paid $188.88. 110 double 83.60. The $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba, $608.20. 50-cent pick 3, $100.50. 50-cent late pick 5 on 5 of 5, $374.05. 143.43. One more to go. Race 9, quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Sloppy, no wind. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, you talking about me? And 12, HF Carson's Buddy. Scratch the also eligibles. 7, Caney's Final Gift. That 7 race maiden will be ridden by Francisco Quintero over the 300 yards. Francisco Quintero on 7, Caney's Final Gift. Number 1, Mr. Back for the Prize is a first-time gelding. FTG, that designation. First-time gelding is the 1, Mr. Back for the Prize. And number 10, Political Lies, and 3 pounds to the program weight. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time for the closer, 6:23. They're off to an even start. Good start for Molly's Potion. Right there, She's My Huckleberry with the white cap, and Enchanted Melody with an early run as they make their way into the first turn. Here, Kitty Kitty is running in 4th, with on the outside, Jolly Justice in 5th as they round the first turn. Soul Run with in between horses, Charming Giselle, and Amazingness. Charming Giselle has dropped back to last, and it's She's My Huckleberry who takes charge of the pace. She's My Huckleberry leads Molly's Potion by 2. The quarter, 23.56 seconds. Enchanted Melody is running in 3rd in the black cap. Soul Run with the rail and Amazingness is running in 5th now by 3. Then here Kitty Kitty. Running 2nd to last is Jolly Justice, and the trailer is Charming Giselle. Making this run toward the half-mile pole. She's My Huckleberry for Jose Gutierrez, being joined by Molly's Potion, who's making this bid right now for Sammy Bermudez. Past the half-mile pole right together in 47.19 seconds. With on the outside, Enchanted Melody, Soul Run, and Amazingness running in 5th. It's a break of 6 more with 3 furlongs to go to Jolly Justice. Then Here Kitty Kitty, and she's picked up now by Charming Giselle. Here Kitty Kitty has dropped back to last. Molly's Potion at the quarter pole with a widening lead. Molly's Potion off the inside parts of the track. Leads here by 2. To She's My Huckleberry, and Enchanted Melody straightens away in 3rd. Soul Run, and on the far outside, Charming Giselle steady headway. These fillies mares have straightened away 3/4, 1 minute 11.57 seconds. Molly's Potion, She's My Huckleberry, game for the inside. Soul Run between horses Jolly Justice, Enchanted Melody, Charming Giselle also in with a shot. They come up toward the finish, and here's Jolly Justice for Joe Ramos. Jolly Justice snatches it from Molly's Potion in the shadow of the wire. Soul Run.
Well, welcome back. And before we talk about our finale, which is an 18,000 quarter horse maiden, I just want to give a shout out to the winning connections from last Saturday's all quarter horse day. Boy, if you think it's easy having 13 races and having to get one of just 10 final spots for these finals, it was no easy day. The weather was perfect. Everybody was really organized. The horses were fantastic. So it was crazy, crazy good effort from Zoom and Feature in the 117,000 QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Derby. That was 3-year-olds. Boy, convincing for Claudio Barazza. And also a shout out to AP Political Patriot, who was last year's Futurity winner and came back even stronger as a 3-year-old, second fastest qualifier. And then as far as the $230,000 QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity, wow, that's all I can say about that incredible driving finish by He's a Hawkeye. Well, congratulations to German Rodriguez. He's just absolutely having a huge year as a trainer and a rider, and of course his owner Chavez Racing for really, that horse, He's a Hawkeye, is just the real deal. That's going to be super exciting. Both of those finals and some other great races carded for Saturday, August 30th, so can't wait for that date. All right, well, today we will conclude our card with a running of an $18,000 maiden for registered Indiana bred 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. We do scratch the 2 also eligibles, still have a nice full field of 10 racing 300 yards. Or we'll go to the paddock and take a look, and I'm going to begin with number 6, and that's She's a Bull Concept, who exits a runner-up finish here on July 17th for owner breeder Sue Belden. This is a filly by Brimstone. Broke well, finished second under current top rider, Eduardo Diaz. I think this filly is moving in the right direction. Of course, talk about the right direction. How about Tim Eggleston, who had qualified for the Futurity and has already won 31 races for the meet. He's our current leading trainer and doing a sensational job with each of his horses. All right, let's talk about number 9, Bougie Blood. I personally expected a better effort from this horse in her most recent race, because prior to that she had kind of competed in a $30,000 stakes called the Maiden Classic. And she didn't win that day, but I thought she'd come back with a little drop in class and do better. And she did not. She ran 4th in her comeback race. But because of her connections, Ricardo Martinez, he also won 2 races on our quarter horse day, and his go-to rider, Martin Munoz. I'm going to give them another shot. I love the breeding. She's by Apolitical Blood. Really, really nice stallion. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I was expecting her to come back from that one stakes and win. So hopefully she'll do much better today. It's a pretty competitive field, and I think she has a chance. Let's go next to a horse that's coming off a layoff and I think has a chance as well, and that's number 2, Cartel's Kryptonite. Ted Harpold's homebred, making a first start since November 12th, and this is for trainer Tony Cunningham, who I think Kryptonite applies to his August, where he is winning just tons of races, running first and second in pretty much everything. Also had a couple qualifiers last Saturday, so the Cunningham barn is heating up. And this homebred, I think she can do pretty well today. Normally, in quarter horse racing, the layoffs don't bother me as much as the thoroughbreds because they are going a shorter distance. She was pretty good last year in her 2-year-old season, and I think he's put her through some nice works preparing her to make her 3-year-old bow. So anyway, we'll see how that goes today. Tony is always capable. I'll round out my top 4 with number 8, and that's WRS Mirror Image, who's going to make her third start of the meet for breeder owner Williams Racing Stables. When you see that WRS, that's what that stands for. This is a 3-year-old daughter of the Marfa Lights, and now in the barn of trainer German Rodriguez. If I get confused, it's because he's a rider and a trainer, and he's very successful in his first year as a trainer, so we're a lot to talk about with German. But WRS Mirror Image certainly has a chance. She's making her 10th lifetime start, has a couple on the board finishes, and would be no surprise in our finale this evening. All right, so 6, 9, 2, 8 for my top choices. Oh, last week we had 2 One of them was 3,000, and the other was a little bit less. Huge payouts for our 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. So I'm geared up again to help you guys get a good price for if you want to play and you need to round out with one more horse. And I'll go with number 7, Keeney's Final Gift, 20-1 on the morning line. A filly by Apolitical Blood, coming off the layoff with some good works for trainer Aaron Thompson, with red hot Francisco Quintero in the saddle. All right, well, that's it for tonight. We have a good evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday for some really good quarter horse racing action.
Stepping onto the track with plenty of space between them. For the 9th race, this quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. A field of 10, scratch the also eligibles. 11, you talking about me, and 12, H.F. Carson's Buddy. Scratch the 11 and the 12, the also eligibles. 7, Keeney's Final Gift, Francisco Quintero. Ride 7, Keeney's Final Gift. 1, Mr. Back for the Prize is a first-time gelding, and 10 Political Lies is 3 over. 300 yards, sloppy track, exacta trifecta superfecta on the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Eduardo Luna Diaz with She's a Bull Concept. Mr. Back for the Prize. They're going in. Francisco Quintero with Keeney's Final Gift. Cartel's Kryptonite. WRS Mirror Image. Booker Be Gone. Bougie Blood drew 9. Mr. Magical Dasher. 2 back. Oscar Macias with LB Mr. Corona. 300 yards, sloppy track. One more for the last. Political Lies, Rolando Pena for Tim Eggleston. She's a Bull Concept, 6-5 favorite. 300 yards, sloppy, no wind. They're in the game. And they're off. Fast start for Cartel's Kryptonite. Mr. Back for the Prize, lugging in. LB Mr. Corona, She's a Bull Concept in the middle. Here comes Keeney's Final Gift with a charge. Cartel's Kryptonite. Keeney's Final Gift surging in the mating. Keeney's Final Gift along with Bougie Blood, along with Cartel's Kryptonite. Then She's a Bull Concept and Political Lies in the Tuesday finale. Photo finish. After the 300-yard maiden, sloppy track. Photos, and here's the slow-mo. It's up to the judges. Seven, 9, 2, 6, 10 runs fifth. 7, Keeney's Final Gift. 14-1, scrapes in. A nose over 9, Bougie Blood. 6-5, final favorite just missed. And 15.547 seconds, sloppy. Number 2, Cartel's Kryptonite. 8 to 1/3. 6, She's a Bull Concept 4th, and 10 Political Lies. Gets into the quarter horse Grand High 5. Francisco Quintero picks it up for Aaron Thompson. James Ray Black's homebred. Keeney's Final Gift strikes at 14 to 1 of the maiden. It's official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle number 7, Keeney's Final Gift with Francisco Quintero. Keeney's Final Gift is a 4-year-old sorrel mare by Apolitical Blood. At a 6's Liaison's mare, Keen Liaison. Aaron Thompson trains James Ray Black's homebred. The winner bred here in the Hoosier State. Clock 15.547 seconds. Sloppy track, no wind for the maiden victory. The 10-7 double paid $482.40. 10-cent pentafecta, $279.08. Political Lies ran 5th. Pick 3, $235.35. 50-cent trifecta, $141.50. 10-7 double, $482.40. The 10-cent superfecta, 7926, returned $76.77. She's a Bold Concept ran 4th. 10 Political Lies was 5th in the maiden, 15.547 sloppy, no wind. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Now today's winner of Beat the Bot, beating A.I. Allen, was Roger Rosen, picking up the top prize in today's Beat the Bot contest. Roger getting the upper hand over A.I. Allen today. Next live race card will be tomorrow with Wednesday and Thursday post times 2:10. Saturday night will be Empire of Hope. Hope you can join us this coming Saturday night, racing under the Saturday night lights from 5 o'clock. So back tomorrow at 2:10, same time on Thursday. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth as we started off another race week here. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying, for now, good night. And they're off. Fast start for Cartel's Kryptonite. Mr. Back for the prize, lugging in. That'll be Mr. Corona. She's a Bull Concept in the middle. Here comes Keeney's Final Gift with a charge. Cartel's Kryptonite. Keeney's Final Gift surging in the main. Keeney's Final Gift along with Bougie Blood, along with Cartel's Kryptonite. Then she